All right. All right. All right. Hope y'all good looking sex people doing all right out in Happy Land tonight. Let's get ready to go live in 5, 4, 3, 2. All right. All right. Yeah, let's get ready to go live in 5, 4, 3. All right. Let's get ready to go live in 5, 4, 3. All right. All right. Get ready to go live in 5, 4. Once again, like Finnegan, if you've got a yen to expand your kin, then let's get zen, you and me, baby. Taking you down the rabbit hole one more time. Feeling fine. Let's get into it. Get into some new shoes. Welcome back, Wayfarer, Wizard, Warrior, Wanderer, and a Wildcat alike, wherever you are, whoever you are, and whenever you may receive this transmission. Keep doing good magic. Broadcasting to you from the central kingdom of the celestial dragon, Twilight Zone Old Peking. Frank Monday coming at you once again with the Zen. FM Radio's Frank Monday bringing you those one-hit wonders. Like, get on up out the way. Get on up out the way, bitch. I said, get on up out the way. I said, move your big old fat ass out my way, biatch. Cause I'm coming through, and I'm moving, and I'm grooving, and I'm jamming to the tunes of Frank Monday's hit single, Get Out the Way. Yeah. Let's go ahead and roll that Frank Monday intro one time. I can appreciate it. I hope you like it as well. Here it goes. With no further ado, holy art thou, Lord of the universe, the vast and the mighty one. One of those old Frank Monday productions coming at ya.
Okay guys, our next comedian is a bit of a treat, to be honest. It is a bit of a treat. He's been away for 3 years. He is now back from the dead. Well, America. Give a big round of applause for Frank Monday. Would anyone want to repeat this? Thank you, Nick. Appreciate that shit. Nick's a good man. You know what that's like, being a good man. It's tough in a fucking city like this, though. You know, nobody gives a fuck.
They're like, God damn, that's some crazy shit. Motherfucker wearing high heels and shit. Looking good too, huh? Yeah, you guys like that. That's all right. It's okay to fall down occasionally. I do that sometimes. All right, being back in the Ting is pretty fucking nerve-wracking. You know, performing for 4 minutes straight. The only other time I get this anxious when I gotta perform for 4 minutes straight is when I gotta make love to my wife.
Onion ring. Yeah, they're all right.
Hey, be watching for the Star Wars blog Rebellion coming out in December. You'll love it. It's follow-up to the award-winning Generations. Oh yeah. There you go, Frank.
Here's my burger. All right, all right, all right. All right, all right, all right. Frank Monday coming at you once again like Finnegan. Because he's got that yin. So there it is there, guys. I put the link in the window. In the doobly-doo. Doobly-doobly-doo-doobly-doo. I gotta try to pin it though. There we go. Make sure you double check that feedback loop one time and make sure Full Frank Monday is broadcast in Wi-Fi, hi-fi, and high fidelity. Hope that voice is coming through clear, guys. Hope we're making sense this evening. AdSense would be nice, but that ain't never gonna happen. Ain't never gonna happen. Not now, not ever, motherfucker. Just keep on rolling with the punches. Don't give a fuck. Pep in my step. Jelly in my donut. Got the lead in my pencil one more time for y'all good-looking, sexy people doing so fine. Out there towing the line, doing your thing. Shake your money maker. Shake it, don't break it, baby. We're going to be getting into some good stuff today, man. We've got a lineup, a full docket of things on the lineup. First off, we've got that old, what's that called? Adoration of Abraxas. Say it with me if you know it. Holy art thou, Lord of the universe, the vast and the mighty one, creator of heaven and earth, maker of all things visible and invisible, master of both the light and the darkness, he who was, is, and always shall be. We adore thee and we invoke thee. Send us one of your divine spiritual agents, our holy guardian angel, to protect and guide us through the innumerable snares of the earthly sphere, and a cleansing wind to disperse all negativity and endless human opinion. Teach us those secret things which we must know for the completion of the great work and the glory of thine ineffable name, Adonai. So it is commanded and confirmed. So mote it be. Amen.
Invocation of Thoth. Procul, o procul esti profani, par lasti ompeda. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou majesty of the Godhead, wisdom-crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the ibis head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nemes as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as life unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dusk, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who accompany the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onwards the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance wherein Ptah floateth over the firmament. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of new. I raise that flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glorified Ra, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountains, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Heph-Ra, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tamu, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and a guard sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of Ptah when he createth his works. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unutterable wisdom, or light, or power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all-present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever, yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath borne thee in its bosom, and earth hath ever nourished the changeless Godhead of thy youth. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One may be obedient unto me.
All right. Looks like that's probably it. So it is commanded and confirmed. So be. Amen. So it is commanded and confirmed. Good looking out. Appreciate y'all being here tonight. Try to get this setting a little better. Give me a sec. Give me just a second, guys. It looks like it's a little bit high. All right, yeah, that looks like it should be better. We'll see when it comes through on the feedback loop. It's always a game of pushing and pulling. Till you get it right. Still getting a little bit of glare off that light, man. Don't know why. Welcome back, beloved. Good to see you again, Wayfarer. Whoever you are, wherever you are, and whenever you may be receiving this transmission. Yeah, looks good. It is what it is, right? Tonight or this morning, wherever you are, we're going to be looking at a couple of things here to do with the occult nature of magic and what it means to the individual practitioner. And there's a little something here for the plebes as well. So I'll get this video queued up and we'll do it to it and get it on like Donkey Kong. Let's see, that's the wrong place. So should be this and this. Yeah, perfect. Good magic. If it is morning for you, you should endeavor to do your Liber Resh, right? Uh-oh, give me a second. Something's wrong here. It just said my device was having trouble sharing a video. I wonder if the video is too long. It's very, very low megabytes though. It's only like maybe 60 megabytes. Super low res. Let's see, I'll try it again. Oh, maybe because that's open. Hold on. Ooh, no, that doesn't seem to be the issue. So what is the issue? If it's not, no, it says the device is still not able to share the video. All right, I'm gonna jump out of the studio and come back in and see if that fixes this problem, because that's a little weird and it's a video I really wanted to share. Maybe they're not gonna let me share it though, who knows? Give me a second, guys. Let me throw on a song for you. And then I'll be right back. It might be the size of, I don't think it's the size though. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Let's see what we got here. Maybe this will load. It's only like 2 minutes long. Give it a second, guys. Technical difficulties. Amateur hour. It's okay. It is what it is, right? Oh, I might need to do that. I might do that in a second. Give me a second here. This, that, and the other thing. I think I'll probably only need 2 minutes. So we'll go with Dweller of the Dark. God can't help the dead. And then I'm going to set that in motion. That's not going to work. That worked. So why doesn't the other one work? Weird.
Eagles flying high, cats on the prowl, devils in your bed, they're whispering.
All right, that sucked. That didn't work. Maybe I have a limit on the size of the videos I can show based on my StreamYard account. That might be a fact. If it is, then that's going to be a bummer. Because this is not that long. And it seems like, yeah, it's not loading. Weird. I wonder if there's some sort of special lock on that video in particular, like if it has a trademark lock on it or something. That would be interesting. I guess it's possible. I'll go backstage and cut it down to a 10-minute clip, because sometimes I remember that, but that seemed like that was on Restream, not on StreamYard. All right, anyway, it is what it is. So we'll have to try something. Or we could just move on and do some studies of the RCM, the Rastafarian Conversation Model, and anything and everything that I find interesting. Let me throw this up for you for a moment, for all the beloved people out there in Happy Land, and I will look into this real quick. Give me just a second.
Eagles flying high, cats on the prowl, devils in your bed, their whispers so loud, witches on my heels, so they'll steal, running in the dark, truth they conceal, blood on the walls, spattering a sink. God can't help the dead, no time to think. Hounds howl at night, shadows in the light, fear in every breath, eyes wide with fright, cards dealt by fate, no way to escape, threads getting tight, can't see the daylight, blood on the walls, spattering a sink. God can't help the dead, no time to think. dealt by fate, no way to escape. Threads getting tight, can't see the daylight. Blood on the walls, splattering a sink. God can't help the dead, no time to think.
All right. That gave me just long enough to get the video open and ready to edit, but it'll take me a couple more minutes to get it edited. So I'll just leave it back there for now. Hey, is this resetting? No. Okay, it's good magic. Well, anyway, I can appreciate it, but it's not going to do what I want it to do right away, so I'll put it on the back burner for a minute. But I'll tell you a little bit about it. It was a video made by Mind Unveiled, which maybe some of you are familiar with that YouTube channel, and it's the occult teaching that the general public doesn't know. So it's a very layman's approach to introducing magic and then making a magical hypothesis about the way the historic record has picked and chosen the things that it includes, and kind of left out the greater scope of magic's influence on our recent to ancient past, right? All the way up until the present scientific materialism. I believe he also makes the claim that if magic were taught in the way of Hermetics and the Western mystery tradition to young people, that we'd still have a lot better alchemy going on, or better sciences in general, right? Better magic going on if we approached it more of a standpoint of, yeah, I don't have it totally summated. I only watched it once. So we'll have to see it if I can produce it. And if not, yeah, it is what it is. We'll have to move on with other ideas. So while we do that, while we do some editing behind the scenes, I will bring up the document we've been studying recently, what I'm coining as the RCM, Rastafarian Conversation Model. A little puff pass, but I will have to, let's see here, I have to open it as well. Yeah, this is not where we left off. We'll go ahead and flip through here real quick and find the page we left off on last time. So it's page 1, 2, first attention. We moved through the first and second attention, I believe. Talked a little bit about the third attention. Well, we could pick up right here, like why this matters. So psychologically and symbolically, these systems maps cleanly onto habitual cognition, altered expanded states of awareness, and ego dissolution or transcendence. The assemblage point would be equivalent to the organizing center of perception. Modern parallels might include predictive processing, neuroscience, frame shifting, ego flex, and flow states. The core insight. Can we see that? Doesn't look like it. It's okay. We'll just jump to the next idea. Stripped of mythology, profoundly unsettling. Malkuth Yasad is what we're getting into next. So path working, we'll do this. We'll just go ahead and do this. This will be worthwhile. Let me remind you, Wayfarer, the upcoming 100-day challenge for the spring equinox is going to be Sorcery of the Ancients. 100 consecutive unbroken days of focusing on the idea of the sorcery of the ancients, as presented by Carlos Castaneda and some others. Surprise cameos from other figures in the historic canon, Obviously, if you're not familiar with Carlos Castaneda's work, you should definitely check it out. I read through all 12 books when I was a young man, and some of the passages and some of the books I read 3, 4, 5 times, you know. So we're not talking about a passive interest in this thing. It gave me enough courage to prepare my own tutora a couple of times and to find some other mystical medicines that are beyond the ordinary reach of people a couple of times as well. So kind of a big deal. Do not try this at home, and this transmission is for entertainment purposes only. All right, Lunar Light Entertainment. Yeah, so there it is there. And we'll dig into this a little bit. You and me and the other guy, right? You, I and thou, as it were, like Buber's book. I was reading Buber's book today, guys, and I came across a very powerful insight. Let me grab it real quick. Give me just a second. All right. Yeah, this is going to take a second longer than I thought. So, if you're there or you are not there, or when you are there, please pardon the intrusion. But we'll have to put a little something into motion. We'll go with this right here. All right, good magic. It is what it is, guys. I'll be right back. In the meantime, please enjoy.
Lunar Light Entertainment proudly presents a short story by Howard Philip Lovecraft, The Silver Key. When Randolph Carter was 30, he lost the key of the Gate of Dreams. Prior to that time, he had made up for the prosiness of life by nightly excursions to strange and ancient cities beyond space, and lovely, unbelievable garden lands across ethereal seas. But as middle age hardened upon him, he felt that these liberties slipping away little by little, until at last he was cut off altogether. No more could his galleys sail up the river Okranos past the gilded spires of Thran, or his elephant caravans tramp through perfumed jungles in Cled.
Alright, bummer. My laptop crashed out on me. Seems like nobody wants me to do a stream tonight. Not loading my videos, making my laptop crash. It's kind of weird. Weird. Let me try that again. See why that happened.
Lunar Light Entertainment proudly presents a short story by Howard Philip Lovecraft. The Silver Key. When Randolph Carter was 30, he lost the key of the Gate of Dreams.
Sounds good,
Prior
sounds
to that
good,
time,
sounds
he had made up for the prosiness of life by nightly excursions to strange and ancient cities beyond space, and lovely, unbelievable garden lands across ethereal seas. But as middle age hardened upon him, he felt that these liberties slipping away little by little, until at last he was cut off altogether. No more could his galleys sail up the river Okranos past the gilded spires of Thran, or his elephant caravans tramp through perfumed jungles in Cled, where forgotten palaces with veined ivory columns sleep lovely and unbroken under the moon. He had read much of things as they are, and talked with too many people. Well-meaning philosophers had taught him to look into the logical relations of things, and analyze the processes which shape his thoughts and fancies. Wonder had gone away, and he had forgotten that all life is only a set of pictures in the brain, among which there is no difference betwixt those born of real things and those born of inward dreamings, and no cause to value the one above the other. Custom had dinned into his ears a superstitious reverence for that which tangibly and physically exists, and had made him secretly ashamed to dwell in visions. Wise men told him his simple fancies were inane and childish, and he believed it because he could see that they might easily be so. What he failed to recall was that the deeds of reality are just as inane and childish, and even more absurd because their actors persist in fancying them full of meaning and purpose, as the blind cosmos grinds aimlessly on from nothing to something and from something back to nothing again, neither heeding nor knowing the wishes or existence of the minds that flicker for a second now and then in the darkness. They had chained him down to things that are, and had then explained the workings of those things till mystery had gone out of the world, when he complained and longed to escape into twilight realms where magic molded all the little vivid fragments and prized associations of his mind into vistas of breathless expectancy and unquenchable delight. They had turned him instead toward the newfound prodigies of science, bidding him find wonder in the atom's vortex and mystery in the sky's dimensions. And when he had failed to find these boons in things whose laws are known and measurable, they told him he lacked imagination, and was immature because he preferred dream illusions to the illusions of our physical creation. So Carter had tried to do as others did, and pretended that the common events and emotions of earthly minds were more important than the fantasies of rare and delicate souls. He did not dissent when they told him that the animal pain of a stuck pig or dyspeptic plowman in real life is a greater thing than the peerless beauty of Nerath with its 100 carven gates and domes of Chalcedony, which he dimly remembered from his dreams, and under their guidance he cultivated a painstaking sense of pity and tragedy. Once in a while, though, he could not help seeing how shallow, fickle, and meaningless all human aspirations are, and how emptily our real impulses contrast with those pompous ideals we profess to hold. Then he would have recourse to the polite laughter they had taught him to use against the extravagance and artificiality of dreams, for he saw that the daily life of our world is every inch as extravagant and artificial, and far less worthy of respect because of its poverty in beauty, and its silly reluctance to admit its own lack of reason and purpose. In this way he became a kind of humorist, for he did not see that even humor is empty in a mindless universe devoid of any true standard of consistency or inconsistency. In the first days of his bondage, he had turned to the gentle churchly faith endeared to him by the naive trust of his fathers. For thence stretched mystic avenues which seemed to promise escape from life. Only on closer view did he mark the starved fancy and beauty, the stale and prosy triteness, and the owlish gravity and grotesque claims of solid truth, which reigned boresomely and overwhelmingly among most of its professors, or feel to the fool the awkwardness with which it sought to keep alive as literal fact the outgrown fears and guesses of a primal race confronting the unknown. It wearied Carter to see how solemnly people tried to make earthly reality out of old myths, which every step of their boasted science confuted. And this misplaced seriousness killed the attachment he might have kept for the ancient creeds, had they been content to offer the sonorous rites and emotional outlets in their true guise of ethereal fantasy. But when he came to study those who had thrown off the old myths, he found them even more ugly than those who had not. They did not know that beauty lies in harmony, and that loveliness of life has no standard amidst an aimless cosmos, save only its harmony with the dreams and the feelings which gone before and blindly molded our little spheres out of the rest of chaos.
All right. That point seemed like a good point of finality for that right there. That is, in fact, me reading The Silver Key by H.P. Lovecraft, which is really good stuff. If you haven't checked it out, definitely give it a listen or read it. Either way. They both have their value, all right? So let's see here. Is this working? Yeah, it's working. Looking good. All right, we're going to drop that for now and jump back in here with ye old document and try to get a closer look at it. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well, Wayfarer. Let's see where we left off with this. The first attention we talked about, the second attention as well. Why this matters, core insight, all of it already covered. Here we go. Malkuti Assad, right? And their correlation. Start here at the top. Malkut and Yasad, because that path is precisely where perception loosens in both systems. I'll frame this carefully so it remains so on and so forth. Both Don Juan and Western Hermeticism begin with the same radical axiom. The world we experience is structured by perception, not discovered whole. In Castaneda, the assemblage point determines what world is assembled. In Hermetic Kabbalah, consciousness ascends the tree of life by changing the mode of perception associated with each sephirah. The tree is not a map of the universe, it is a map of awareness. Malkut, the fixed assemblage point, its characteristics corresponds almost exactly to the first attention, the critical factor, the guardian at the threshold, the lurker by the gate, right? Social roles, so on and so forth. I think we covered some of that. Yeah, we covered this. Let's keep pushing forward a little bit. Let's get into the path working of the thing. In Castaneda system, the second attention operates through dreaming. And I would say the first and second attention are the conscious and subconscious mind. And then the assemblage point is the E. It's the intention, right? The viewing lens, the planchette on the Ouija board of the world. Number 5, path working, controlled assemblage point movement. Hermetic path working functions as a ritualized, safe method for Don Juan's ingestion of mystical medicines, right? Which they say he isn't associated, but it actually is, quite closely so as well. Pathworking is essentially training the mind to enter the second attention without losing coherence, or to observe the second attention with the critical factor, right? The abyss looking back at itself. So Don Juan repeatedly warns that uncontrolled movement leads to madness. Hermeticism answers this with ritual structure, symbolic containment, ethical grounding, and gradual ascent. Yeah, absolutely. So does Taoism. Taoism is very similar to the Hermetic ceremonial magician's practice. In fact, I'd say that the path of Tao is the path of the magician. And you could be either a magician or a sorcerer, right? A sorcerer might be a little more, even a little closer to like the Taoist ideal of following the natural way, right? 顺其自然 or 自杀 比较那什么, right? Like you follow the natural way. But a magician in the Taoist path would be with having already added his Confucian and Buddhist principles to Tao. Like we're talking Tang Dynasty, right? Shang and pre-Shang would be closer to sorcerers and shamanistic, right? At Malkuth to Yasad, they are changing the same work, learning to see the imaginal layer beneath the physical, understanding that matter is the crystallization of symbols, and discovering that attention is creative. The danger in both systems is escaping into fantasy, inflating the ego, confusing symbolic truth, so on and so on. Now, let's get to the meat of the thing. Applied psychology, developing dream awareness, right? Lucid dreaming, observing emotional patterns without judgment. So detaching yourself from the chemical byproducts of the internal organs. You know, in Chinese medicine, they have the 5 solid organs and 6 hollow organs. So each solid organ, like the heart, liver, kidney, etc., has its hollow compatriot, like a yin manifestation of that same energy field. So the heart has the pericardium and the lung has the large intestine. And these 2 organs, one solid, one hollow, interact with each other on the level of a yin-yang relationship. So when the organs are in harmony, then the emotions do not influence you. In Castaneda's language, you learn to see energy before naming it. In Hermetic language, you learn to receive the lunar images without becoming lost in them. Oh, okay, so we got this far last time because I posed the question, which tarot card would you imagine with this statement here? Receiving lunar images and then becoming lost in them, rather. Which card is indicative of that? And I'll give you a hint. It's in the minor arcana. If you think major arcana, it would be a different one. But, and even more direct and unavoidable. But a minor arcana, which minor arcana would you associate that statement with? Why this matters. Yasad is the first true initiation in both systems. I would agree. I would agree that passing from the prime material plane into the astral plane, that's the first gate, the first threshold. Once you've been proven consistent to be able to do that with quite a bit of return on investment and bringing back golden coins, as it were, spiritual gold, then you're definitely initiated. It is the realization that the world is not solid, identity is not fixed, perception can be trained, and meaning precedes form. Yeah, some of you might disagree with that to some extent, but obviously it does. I mean, even if you think about it in a temporal sense, your life is like no other life that's ever come before you, right? You're the continuation of all lives. And so the meaning of everything is already well established by the time we as individuals get here, right? The I in the world. The world is far older than the eyes cruising around in it from their perspective, right? At least from their perspective. The world is not solid. No, it's truly liquid, energetic. It embraces you. In fact, the center of the universe occurs wherever you are, right? Wherever you go, there you are. You cannot escape self. Identity is not fixed. I would argue with this a little bit. I mean, identity is not fixed. Obviously, you play different roles, but the genuine true self, like in the Jungian system, I think is the one like immortal spiritual gold that is you. That's in fact what you are, what you're manifesting as right now. Like look around you and think about it. Like TML, his entire expression is exactly what you see it. You know, you get what you see. Jack Talcott, any man in this sphere that comes in like guilelessly, right, without deception, and living their virtue. I would say even like flow state, he's living his virtue, right? He's an expression of his complete virtue and embracing that. And I think those are the people that are most successful in the world, the ones who know thyself and do you, right? Can't nobody stop you from doing you. Only after this can one ascend further on toward Tifereth, the integrated self. Final synthesis. Let's see here. Can I not? Yeah, thank God in heaven, right? The sorcerer of Don Juan and the hermetic magician agree on one point. Before you can change the world, you must learn how it is assembled. Right? Who is the artist that makes the grass green? Malkut teaches you what you see. Yasad teaches you how you see. Yeah, because Yasad is the astral light penetrating by way of the etheric into the prime material plane. So it's the actual flash of the blueprint before it manifests in the world. And that blueprint contains the entire thing, right? From inception and integration all the way to withdrawal, right? So it's start and it's finish, it's alpha and it's omega. And then it's the etheric, which plays that process out from the astral to the etheric into the prime material. And then back again. I mean, if you're following the path of the magician, you go back up the lightning flash, right? Where did that go to? And this movement between them is the beginning of real freedom. Let us do the third thing. Okay. A safe symbolic path-working style exercise from Malkuth to Yasad. First attention to second. Framing, safety first. Yeah, nice. Thank you for that. This exercise does not attempt to move anything in a literal sense. Instead, it is for entertainment purposes only and gently reorienting your attention, allowing symbolic insight to arise naturally. At all times, if you're driving a vehicle, do not practice this at home, all right? Do not practice this while operating heavy machinery. You may stop and open your eyes whenever you wish, though mostly closed is the best way to enjoy an induction. Nothing needs to happen for it to be effective. In Ericksonian terms, your unconscious already knows how far to go. Ooh. Okay, yeah, good. Begin by sitting comfortably. This is the orientation and permission section done in the spirit of Ericksonian hypnosis. Remember, all hypnosis is a form of self-hypnosis. So if you're comfortable enough with your surroundings or the people, like your hypnotherapist or something like that, you can immediately put yourself into trance, into deep, deep trance, or you can break through trance, or you can create other trances, or you can work on path working. But yeah, you have to be at complete ease with your hypnotherapist. And that takes time, like especially if you're working in the, how should we express it? Like direct prime material engagement from, two bodies in the same room, as it were, which is becoming rare and rarer, right? So begin by sitting comfortably. You might notice that as you sit there, there's no need to force relaxation because the body already understands how to settle when it is allowed to. You may find it interesting that even deciding not to relax often allows relaxation to happen anyway. Simply allow attention to rest on what is already present. Rhythmic, gentle breathing, the sensation of yourself, the chair or foundation underneath you, your feet touching the ground. Don't be afraid to wiggle about a little bit while you practice your meditation. Always allow yourself to settle. The first attention, awareness should come without any resistance. Now you bring awareness gently toward the weight of your body and its fulcrum and axis on the gravity point on which you connect with, right? Whether you be lying or sitting or even standing. And just embrace the now, as it were. Take a deep breath and hold for a few moments, allowing oneself to relax on the exhale. Every movement of the physical being relaxing you even deeper. You might internally note that this is the world of things, names, rules, and habits. In Hermetic terms, this honors Malkuth without trying to escape it. It acknowledges the first fixed assemblage point. Now, without trying to stop thoughts, notice the spaces between them. How thoughts arise and float like butterflies on the breeze. How images drift before the mind's eye. How attention can widen without any effort on your part, encompassing past, present, and future, all directions and dimensions. If thoughts or agitations appear, just deal with them as they come. Itchy nose, go ahead, scratch it. Not a comfortable posture, realign yourself. If a thought appears, just let it pass. A cloud floating across the clear blue sky. You're not stopping the world. It is loosening its grip on you. This marks the approach to the second attention from Malkuth Yesod, standing within the altar, ritual chamber of Malkuth, and approaching the central door. It has a sigil of a moon and Saturn, the number 9, knock at the door, brass knocker. Grab the handle. Imagine its sensation on your palm as you turn it. Soft reflective light emanating from within the next room, revealing patterns, connections, feelings, and symbols. Simply notice. Purple shifting to silver, the number 9 the lucid state of the mind, entering into dreamlike logic. This is Yasad, the foundation. Dreaming while awake. Not fantasy, though, not daydreaming, but intentional interaction with systems beyond, right? Systems beyond the veil. Nothing needs to be believed, but everything can be allowed as symbolic. Gently remind yourself, I observe without entering. I receive without identifying, and I return whenever I choose. You're distinguishing between the sorcerer who may lose coherence from the magician who maintains balance. Stay in the sphere of Yasad for as long as you like, enjoying the lucid power of a mercurial mind. Now, allow the attention to gradually return. Physical sensation, wiggle your fingers, toes, arch your back. Start to be aware of the room around you, the present moment. In retrospect, you may find that something subtle has shifted or nothing noticeable. Both outcomes equally valid. Finally, the next step. Looking forward to interacting with the sphere of Tifereth. Yeah, there it is there. I was kind of leaning in, huh? That didn't make for a very beautiful... I always feel like I have to lean in on the microphone for some reason. But that's an amateur hour. It's all right. You got to see my forehead through that. So, yeah, it is what it is. It's a thing. Not the best thing, but a thing nonetheless, right? It's still good magic. We're just at past the hour. We will take a short musical interlude here. Let's see what this is.
Fire burns on Beirut shores. My lover long gone through death's door. Swamp whispers of things before. Darkness takes what light restores. Human cats stalk and play in the swampland. Shadows dance, love turns to sand. My lover I know fell at their pawed hands. Lost to the night, no more promised land. Oh, it's fire burn, take this pain away. Lost in the swamp where shadows sway. My love which fire burns on Belarus shores.
All right, all right, all right. Well, that ended pretty abruptly, but it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? We have Booby's book is back. We'll go with some Booby's book if y'all are partial to it. Let's see. I think that media asset stopped, didn't it? It's kind of weird. Oh, wow. Oh, it did stop. So real quick notes on from Malkut to Yasad. So traditionally being the first initiation, I would say that this corresponds to taking the fixed attention, relaxing the fixed attention, the spotlight effect of the cognition within the Fathomless Cavern, and putting it in floodlight mode, but at the same time maintaining one's ability to at least record analog, right? Digital can never be expressed through analog in a realistic fashion, and thus the great paradox that reality can never be articulated into words, right? Because it's just always so much more than just that. It's always so far beyond the description, but we can try, right? Having said that, I know that those who speak do not know, and those who know do not speak. I am going to endeavor to speak, because if nobody says anything, right, at least if the wise don't have an opportunity to expound on the ancient wisdom, then it will never be heard. It will be forgotten completely, because very few people give a fuck. And that's the truth of the thing right there, is that very few people give any kind of fucks about what y'all got going on over there, Mr. Monday, Grand Wizard of the Esoteric Order of Dagon. So we left off in Booby's book last time, a little further back than this, but you aren't far behind if you've been keeping up with the I and Thou sessions. I think there were about 12 or 13 of them. And tomorrow's Friday the 13th, by the way. That's kind of a thing, right? It's kind of a cultural phenomena, I guess you might say, but kind of a fun thing nonetheless. Mostly only applies that I know of to the Western tradition. Doesn't seem that that's a thing in Oriental numerology. Okay, so yeah, there was some really good stuff right here, guys. Let me share it with you. It's on page 115, if you're keeping up. How much of a person a man is depends on how strong the I of the basic IU is in the human duality of his I. Yeah, that's kind of a thing. If you can keep up with that, you've done your homework, right? Check it out. Let me see. That might be appearing backwards to you, but look at that first little paragraph, just one or two sentences. I think it's two. How much of a person a man is depends on how strong the I of the basic word IU is in the human duality of his I. That's like saying, I could reword this here. How much of a man a person is depends on how strong the true self is in the play out between the four divisions in Jungian psychology, right? Of the mind soul, and how much of the basic word in the human duality of his I. So do you flux with a greater tendency towards your true self or your shadow self, if to compare those two, right? One being the bright light and one being the darkness within darkness. So one being the greater force and one being the lesser force. And hopefully I would think that people typically, they follow the seasons, but at the same time I would say that they're generally fluxing towards goodness, being kind and positively creative, because the entire cosmos seems to do that, right? Like, how often does the cosmos really throw any hardcore natural disasters at us, or really dire societal upheavals? And maybe some of us are privileged living in societies where there is predominantly stability, even if you don't agree with the exact structural hierarchy of how that stability expresses itself, right? Because many of you probably do not, especially those that come from an extremely low position and as a result must toil ceaselessly to make even the most basic of ends meet, right? And then you got to think, well, why would that be so, right? If there's some reason why I'm not enjoying a greater level of material support from the cosmos, then why is that? We'll get into it here. Boober kind of starts to point things out now. It took some fucking time, man. It took 115 pages for him to get somewhere where I could understand it. But maybe that's my problem, not his, right? Maybe Boober was spot on from the first couple pages, and I couldn't jive with his vibe. Is that what the kids might say these days? I wasn't picking up his vibe. A little bit. I was off a little bit. I was having a little bit of trouble picking up what he was putting down. But there seemed to be an underlying Taoist thread throughout. And I think, honestly, that's what Tao means. Like, as an advanced practitioner of Tao, I believe it's probably real easy for me to see the Tao in anything anymore. Because, like, there's very little I encounter where I feel confused or baffled in any way. And, wow, we got some good magic going on behind the camera right now, guys. Let me push pause on the camera for just a second, and then we'll pick it up with I and Thou once again, like Finnegan.
That good and evil and beauty and ugliness are only ornamental fruits of perspective, whose sole value lies in their linkage to what chance made our fathers think and feel, and whose finer details are different for every race and culture. Instead, they either denied these things altogether or transferred them to the crude, vague instincts which they shared with the beasts and peasants, so that their lives were dragged malodorously out in pain, ugliness, and disproportion, yet filled with a ludicrous pride at having escaped from something no more unsound than that which still held them. They had traded the false gods of fear and blind piety for those of license and anarchy. Carter did not taste deeply of these modern freedoms, for their cheapness and squalor sickened a spirit-loving beauty alone, while his reason rebelled at the flimsy logic with which their champions tried to gild brute impulse with a sacredness stripped from the idols they had discarded. He saw that most of them, in common with their cast-off priestcraft, could not escape from the delusion that life has a meaning apart from that which men dream into it, and could not lay aside the crude notion of ethics and obligations beyond those of beauty, even when all nature shrieked of its unconsciousness and impersonal unmorality in the light of their scientific discoveries. Warped and bigoted with preconceived illusions of justice, freedom, and consistency, they cast off the old lore and the old ways with the old beliefs, nor ever stopped to think that the lore, and those ways were the sole makers of their present thoughts and judgments, and the sole guides and standards in a meaningless universe without fixed aims or stable points of reference. Having lost these artificial settings, their lives grew void of direction and dramatic interest, till at length they strove to drown their ennui in bustle and pretended usefulness, noise and excitement, barbaric display and animal sensation. When these things paled, disappointed, or grew nauseous through revulsion, they cultivated irony and bitterness, and found fault with the social order. Never could they realize that their brute foundations were as shifting, as contradictory as the gods of their elders, and that the satisfaction of one moment is the bane of the next. Calm, lasting beauty comes only in dream, and this solace the world had thrown away when in...
Wow, true solace only comes in dream. That may in fact be true, man. I'm gonna tone that down a little bit for y'all good looking sexy people out there in happy land. See if we can't get into it a little bit. I wonder if, can I move that to the other side? No, it doesn't look like it. Let's try this. No, that doesn't work either. Yeah, is what it is. Okay, so the way he says I, what he means when he says I, decides where a man belongs and where he goes. The word I is the true shibboleth of humanity. I'm not familiar with this word. Are you guys? Shibboleth. Shibboleth. Fascinating word. Never seen it before that I know of. But I do believe we have a guest. Yes, no, you're right on time. Voy, good to see you. Want to join me for a little study of Booby's book? We're reading Booby's book. If you guys didn't see that, Voy is in the house. Welcome back, beloved frater and brother, hermano, brother Voy. Listen to it. Yeah, he commands this. He's been reading the Tao Te Ching, man. It's pretty obvious to me that Martin Buber had a copy of the Tao Te Ching, and he was interpolating it through Kabbalistic eyes, right? Distinctly, but magical too, and philosophical. He's above your average Kabbalist, I believe. Right, if you think about it, he's addressing directly to the Goyim, I'm sure, in his mind, but at a level that's holding nothing back, really, right? It's giving pure interpretation of resonant truths from ancient times. So I'm sure you could jam with that, Voy. You know what's up. I'm gonna have to drop some of these things though, so I can see. I do believe I have pinned the link, so no need to fret there. Indeed. I don't know how to say hermano in German, man. I wish you could tell me. 999. His dissonant. How dissonant the eye of ego sounds. Yeah, I'm gonna foreshadow this text a little bit. He starts to compare the eyes of like the individual ego, like the I, the letter I, right? The I, the id, the ego, the it, the person, and compares it to like the beauty of Socrates' eye and Goethe, right? And a couple of others, Jesus. Yeah, Socrates, Faust's von Goethe, right? How would you say that? That is Goethe, I believe. I'm correct in my pronunciation of the German for what Westerners typically say as Goethe. Faust, the guy who wrote Faust, von Goethe. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but I'm of the same family name on my father's side, right? Wallowing in the capital letter. Okay, here we go. Yeah. So how dissonant the eye of the ego sounds when it issues from tragic lips, tense with some self-contradiction that they try to hold back. It can move us to great pity when it issues from chaotic lips that savagely, heedlessly, unconsciously represent contradiction. It can make us shudder. Those who pronounce the severed eye, wallowing in the capital letter of I, uncover the shame of the world that has been debased to mere spirituality. It's funny to think about like the level of metacognition where you're contemplating your own being by way of a letter, I, like capital I versus little I, right? And it's quite a thing, quite a rushing nesting doll within a rushing nesting doll, a metacognition of a semantic analogy to a most dynamic scientific process, right? Of the expanding of the I, the sui generis nature of I. Let's see where we got to. When the lips are vain and smooth, it sounds embarrassing, nigh even disgusting for the eye to manifest. But how beautiful and legitimate the vivid and emphatic eye of Socrates. It is the eye of infinite conversation, and the air of conversation is present on all its ways, even before his judges, even in the final hour in his imprisonment, right? You got to think about the apology, right? Shall it be exile or poison hemlock? Which would you choose, Wayfarer? Put it down in the comment box below or in the chitter chatter box. Make sure if you are in the chitter chatter box tonight that you're keeping it squeaky clean. One way to keep it super clean is with wishy-washy dish soap. Brought to you by the Wishy-Washy Soap Factory, established in 1933. Been doing good magic for nearly 100 years now, right? Just shy of 100 years of wishy-washy dish soap. Never forget it comes with a complimentary wishy-washy dishcloth. Those who pronounce the severed eye wallowing in the capital letter uncover the shame of the world spirit. But how beautiful the legitimate, vivid, and emphatic eye of Socrates. It is the eye of infinite conversation, and the air of conversation is present on all its ways, even before his judges, even in the final hour of his life, where in prison he's given the choice between poison hemlock and exile, right? This I that lived in relation to man, which is embodied in conversation. What did he call himself? The gadfly on the ass of society. Always trying to figure out the how of the thing. It is believed in the actuality of men and went out toward them. Thus it stood together with them in actuality and is never severed from it. Even solitude cannot spell forsakenness, and the human world falls silence for him. He hears the daimonian say you. Thus it stood together, even in solitude, right? This cannot be dispelled or forsaken. And when the human world falls silent for Socrates, he hears his own daimonian say, you. It's powerful stuff right there, man. Very eloquent, very poetic. I can appreciate it. I hope you can too. I mean, like, it took some effort to get to the spiritual gold in this thing, but I think we finally arrived. How beautiful and legitimate the full eye of Guter sounds. It is the eye of pure intercourse with nature. Nature yields to it and speaks ceaselessly with it. She reveals her mysteries to it and yet does not betray her mystery. It believes in her and says to the rose, "So it is you," and believes in her, and at once shares the same actuality with the rose, right? The I and thou. Immediately upon recognition of the true thou, the true I becomes it, right? At least momentarily. Oh, I think I skipped over. Yeah, here we go. We're talking about Gotian. Thus, wait, where do we get to? The rose. Yeah. Hence, when it returns to itself, the spirit of actuality stays with it. The vision of the sun clings to the blessed eye that recalls its own likeness to the sun. And the friendship of the elements accompanies man into the calm of dying and rebirth. Very Taoist, very well, the Tao didn't necessarily advocate the idea of like instant rebirth. In fact, most Taoist traditions would say that they're very delayed, depending on your merit, how long you spend in the spirit realm, with ultimate freedom from attachment, right? And just immortal living throughout the cosmos. Thus, the adequate, true and pure I saying of the representatives of association, the Socratic and Gotian persons, resounds through the ages. The adequate, true, and pure I saying of the representatives of association, the Socratic and Gotian persons, resounds through the ages. And to anticipate and choose an image from the realm of unconditional relation, how powerful, even overpowering, of unconditional relation is Jesus' I saying, and how legitimate to the point of being a matter of course. For it is the I of the unconditional relation in which man calls his you Father, in such a way that he himself becomes nothing but a son of the Father. Whenever he says I, he can only mean the I of the holy basic word that has become unconditional for him. If the detachment ever touches him, it is surpassed by association. And yet it is from this that he speaks to others. In vain you seek to reduce this I to something that derives its power from itself, nor can you limit this you to anything that dwells in us. Both would, again, deactualize the actual. The present relation, I and you remain. Everyone can speak the you and then becomes I. Everyone can say Father and then becomes Son and actually abide. Yeah, that's good magic right there. And it's true facts, right? That's why in the... Let's see where it's at. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. That's why in the esoteric order of Dagon, we say, all hail the Father Dagon, all hail the Mother Hydra. The stars align and the shining trapezohedron emerges and Cthulhu is arisen, right? That's the entire supernal triad right there. The Mother and the Father Spirit with the birth of the divine child, right? Because the cosmos makes it so. And you'll have to get initiated to figure out what the shining trapezohedron is. Right. Welcome back, Wayfarer. I hope you are doing well. Let's see where we left off. We're on page 117 of Martin Booby's I and Thou. This particular edition with footnotes from Walter Kaufmann. Hail unto thee who art Walter Kaufmann. His transliteration, interpolation, and footnotes are worth endeavoring to look at. There's Mr. Booby. It is what it is. All right, we will shift back over to the Silver Key for a moment, if we might. See, we got a little bit left of this. Remember, folks, this is yours truly reading The Silver Key by H.P. Lovecraft. Really one of my favorites. And the Through the Gates of the Silver Key, which is basically the sequel to this story. Well worth your effort to endeavor to listen and understand the words being said.
In its worship of the real, it threw away the secrets of childhood and innocence. Amidst this chaos of hollowness and unrest, Carter tried to live as befitted a man of keen thought and good heritage. With his dreams fading under the ridicule of the age, he could not believe in anything. But the love of harmony kept him close to the ways of his race and station. He walked impassive through the cities of men, and sighed because no vista seemed fully real, because every flash of yellow sunlight on tall roofs, and every glimpse of balustrated plazas in the first lamps of evening served only to remind him of dreams he had once known, and to make him homesick for the ethereal lands he no longer knew how to find. Travel was only a mockery, and even the Great War stirred him but little, though he served from the first in the Foreign Legion of France. For a while he sought friends, but soon grew weary of the crudeness of their emotions, and the sameness and earthiness of their visions. He felt vaguely glad that all his relatives were distant and out of touch with him, for they could not have understood his mental life. That is, none but his grandfather and great-uncle Christopher could, and they were long dead. Then he began once more the writing of books, which he had left off when dreams first failed him, but here, too, was there no satisfaction or fulfillment, for the touch of earth was upon his mind, and he could not think of lovely things as he had done of yore. Ironic humor dragged down all the twilight minarets he reared, and the earthly fear of improbability blasted all the delicate and amazing flowers in his fairy gardens. The convention of assumed pity spilt mawkishness on his characters, while the myth of an important reality and significant human events and emotions debased all his high fantasy into thin-veiled allegory and cheap social satire. His new novels were successful as his old ones had never been, and because he knew how empty they must be to please an empty herd, he burned them and ceased writing. They were very graceful novels, in which he urbanely laughed at the dreams he lightly sketched, but he saw that their sophistication had sapped all their life away. It was after this that he cultivated deliberate illusion, and dabbled in the notions of the bizarre and the eccentric as an antidote for the commonplace. Most of these, however, soon showed their poverty and barrenness, and he saw that the popular doctrines of occultism are as dry and inflexible as those of science, yet without even the slender palliative of truth to redeem them. Gross stupidity, falsehood, and muddled thinking are not dream, and form no escape from life to a mind trained above their level. So Carter bought stranger books and sought out deeper and more terrible men of fantastic erudition, delving into arcana of consciousness that few have trod, and learning things about the secret pits of life, legend, and immemorial antiquity which disturbed him ever afterward. He decided to live on a rarer plane, and furnished his Boston home to suit his changing moods. One room for each, hung in appropriate colors, furnished with befitting books and objects, and provided with sources of the proper sensations of light, heat, sound, taste, and odor. Once he heard of a man in the South who was shunned and feared for the blasphemous things he read in prehistoric books and clay tablets smuggled from India and Arabia. Him he visited, living with him and sharing his studies for 7 years, till horror overtook them one midnight in an unknown and archaic graveyard, and only one emerged where 2 had entered. Then he went back to Arkham, the terrible witch-haunted old town of his forefathers in New England, and had experiences in the dark amidst the hoary willows and tottering gambrel roofs, which made him seal forever certain pages in the diary of a wild-minded ancestor. But these horrors took him only to the edge of reality, and were not of the true dream country he had known in youth. so that at 50 he despaired of any rest or contentment in a world grown too busy for beauty and too shrewd for dream. Having perceived at last the hollowness and futility of real things, Carter spent his days in retirement and in wistful, disjointed memories of his dream-filled youth. He thought it rather silly that he bothered to keep on living at all, and got from a South American acquaintance a very curious liquid to take him to oblivion without suffering. Inertia and force of habit, however, caused him to defer action, and he lingered indecisively among thoughts of old times, taking down the strange hangings from his walls and refitting the house as it was in his early boyhood, purple panes, Victorian furniture, and all. With the passage of time, he became almost glad he had lingered, for his relics of youth and his cleavage from the world made life and sophistication seem very distant and unreal. So much so that a touch of magic and expectancy stole back into his nightly slumbers. For years those slumbers had known only such twisted reflections of everyday things as the commonest slumbers know. But now there returned a flicker of something stranger and wilder, something of vaguely awesome imminence, which took the form of tinsely clear pictures from his childhood days, and made him think of little inconsequential things he had long forgotten. He would often awake calling for his mother and grandfather, both in their graves for a quarter of a century. Then one night his grandfather reminded him of a key. The gray old scholar, as vivid as in life, spoke long and earnestly of their ancient line, and of the strange visions of the delicate and sensitive men who composed it. He spoke of the flame-eyed crusader who learnt wild secrets of the Saracens that held him captive, and of the first Sir Randolph Carter who studied magic when Elizabeth was queen. He spoke, too, of that Edmund Carter who had just escaped hanging in the Salem witchcraft trials, and who he had placed in an antique box a great silver key handed down from his ancestors. Before Carter awakened, the gentle visitant had told him where to find that box, that carved oak box of archaic wonder whose grotesque lid no hand had raised for 2 centuries. In the dust and shadows of the great attic he found it, remote and forgotten, at the back of a drawer in a tall chest. It was about a foot square, and its Gothic carvings were so fearful that he did not marvel no person since Edmund Carter had dared to open it. It gave forth no noise when shaken, but was mystic with the scent of unremembered spices. That it held a key was indeed only a dim legend, and Randolph Carter's father had never known such a box existed. It was bound in rusty iron, and no means was provided for working the formidable lock. Carter vaguely understood that he would find within it some key to the lost Gate of Dreams, but of where and how to use it his grandfather had told him nothing. An old servant forced the carven lid, shaking as he did so at the hideous faces leering from the blackened wood, and at some unplaced familiarity. Inside, wrapped in a discolored parchment, was a huge key of tarnished silver, covered with cryptical arabesques, but of any legible explanation there was none. The parchment was voluminous, and held only the strange hieroglyphs of an unknown tongue written with an antique reed. Carter recognized the characters as those he had seen on a certain papyrus scroll belonging to that terrible scholar of the South, who had vanished one midnight in a nameless cemetery. The man had always shivered when he read the scroll, and Carter shivered now. But he cleaned the key and kept it by him nightly in its aromatic box of ancient oak. His dreams were meanwhile increasing in vividness, and though showing him none of the strange cities and incredible gardens of the old days, were assuming a definite cast whose purpose could not be mistaken. They were calling him back along the years, and with the mingled wills of all his fathers were pulling him toward some hidden and ancestral source. Then he knew he must go into the past and merge himself with old things, fogs, and day after day he thought of the hills to the north, where haunted Arkham, and the rushing Miskatonic, and the lonely rustic homestead of his people lay. In the brooding fire of autumn, Carter took the old remembered way past graceful lines of rolling hill and stone-walled meadow, distant vale and hanging woodland, curving road and nestling farmstead. And
Yeah, that was a very nice description he was giving there. When was the last time you took the country road home again? All right. Country road, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home down country road. I hear her voice in the morning hour. She calls me. The radio reminds me of my home that's far away. And deep down I get this feeling that I should have been home yesterday. Yesterday, country road. Yeah, so good, so good. He's far. Listen to the original John Denver, not Frank Monday. This is just FM radio. I am your FM radio host for the hour, Frank Monday, FM radio jockey. See where we left off with this.
the crystal windings of the Miskatonic, crossed here and there by rustic bridges of wood or stone. At one bend he saw the group of giant elms, among which an ancestor had oddly vanished a century and a half before, and shuddered as the wind blew meaningly through them. Then there was the crumbling farmhouse of old Goody Fowler, the witch, with its little evil windows and great roof sloping nearly to the ground on the north side. He speeded up his car as he passed it, and did not slacken till he had mounted the hill where his mother and her fathers before her were born, and where the old white house still looked proudly across the road at the breathlessly lovely panorama of rock slope and verdant valley, with the distant spires of Kingsport on the horizon, and hints of the archaic dream-laden sea in the farthest background. Then came the steeper slope that held the old Carter place he had not seen in over 40 years. Afternoon was gone when he reached the foot, and at the bend halfway up he paused to scan the outspread countryside, golden and glorified in the slanting floods of magic poured out by a western sun. All the strangeness and expectancy of his recent dreams seemed present in this hushed and unearthly landscape, and he thought of the unknown solitudes of other planets as his eyes traced out the velvet and deserted lawns shining vigilant between their tumbled walls, the clumps of fairy forest setting off far lines of purple hills beyond hills, and the spectral wooded valley dipping down in shadow to dark hollows where trickling
Dark hollows. We're trickling what? What was he going to say? We'll have to wait. Have you been down in those self-same valleys and in the Tennessee Valley they call them hollers and hollers and hills and hollers. Yeah, so the hills are the ascent up the roads, and then the hollers are the valleys between all them. So if you've ever been, I don't know if any of you guys have been to Tennessee before, but the foothills of the Smoky Mountains, they're just constant up and downs, and you drive those fucking back roads. So such good fun, man. That's really a beautiful piece of territory. I think Tennessee is one of the absolute hidden gems of the United States. Do you know that the swallows fly from San Juan Capistrano, San Diego? The birds, the swallow, the bird, they have a migratory pattern from Southern California to Tennessee, to West and East Tennessee, both. Every year. Yeah, they chill in the cool, misty winters. Is it summer? Summers in I think it's Winters. I can't remember, but you could look it up. You don't need to rely on my memory. You've got the AI. Just check it anytime you're ready. Well, beloved, let's continue into it a little bit. The Silver Key here by H.P. Lovecraft. Why are we doing it, you might ask? Because no new horror can be more terrible than the daily torture of the commonplace. What is the strongest and oldest fear among mankind? Fear of the unknown. Howard Phillips Lovecraft of Providence, Rhode Island.
Waters crooned and gurgled among swollen and distorted roots. Something made him feel that motors did not belong in the realm he was seeking, so he left his car at the edge of the forest, and putting the great key in his coat pocket, walked up on the hill. Woods now engulfed him utterly, though he knew the house was on a high knoll that cleared the trees except to the north. He wondered how it would look, for it had been left vacant and untended through his neglect since the death of his strange great-uncle Christopher 30 years before. In his boyhood, he had reveled through long visits there, and had...
Yeah, it's nice to take a moment to contemplate what was transpiring in your life 30 years ago. I guess if you're old enough, if you're not quite 30, then you think about that too, right? Who were you before you came here, right? Who were you before you were a twinkle in your father's eye? Yeah, have you ever thought about that? Maybe you should.
Found weird marvels in the woods beyond the hills beyond hills, and the spectral wooded valley dipping down in shadow to dark hollows where trickling waters crooned and gurgled among swollen and distorted roots.
Yeah, that's what we had said right there. The hills and hollows, right? And those thickened, distorted roots of ancient trees. I don't know if any of you have seen truly like ancient trees, hundreds of years old. Very powerful thing to behold. It's interesting too, though, that like in the tradition of Tao, we typically avoid close proximity to huge ancient trees because of the dryads and spirits that live within them. And that energy can be far more powerful than a single human being's, right? So yeah, better not to get tricked by some malevolent spirit hiding within an old tree. Be wary of that, Wayfarer. But yeah, the old growth forest too. I imagine visiting and disappearing forever into an old growth forest.
Something made him feel that motors did not belong in the realm he was seeking, so he left his car at the edge of the forest, and putting the great key in his coat pocket, walked up on the hill. Woods now engulfed him utterly, though he knew the house was on a high knoll that cleared the trees except to the north. He wondered how it would look, for it had been left vacant and untended through his neglect since the death of his strange great-uncle Christopher 30 years before. In his boyhood, he had reveled through long visits there, and had found weird marvels in the woods beyond the orchard. Shadows thickened around him, for the night was near. Once a gap in the trees opened up to the right, so that he saw off across leagues of twilight meadow, and spied the old congregational steeple on Central Hill in Kingsport, pink with the last flush of day, the panes of the little round windows blazing with reflected fire. Then, when he was in deep shadow again, he recalled with a start that the glimpse must have come from childish memory alone, since the old white church had long been torn down to make room for the Congregational Hospital. He had read of it with interest, for the paper had told about some strange burrows or passages found in the rocky hill beneath.
Yeah, that's nice. Have you guys ever been down into caverns like spelunking and cave exploration, cave diving even, right? As it may be. Good stuff. I haven't been into like the deep, dark, dank caverns of Kentucky. I know there are a lot there, but I've been to some caves and some underground shit in Tennessee and Southern California, even out into the desert, like northern, not northern, inward of the coast. So high Sierras, yeah, Sierra Mountains, Sierra Madre. Is that, or is the Sierra Madre the one in South America, and the High Sierras is the one in North America? Sierra Norte, maybe. Oh, I don't know. My Spanish isn't up to par anymore.
Through his puzzlement, a voice piped, and he started again at its familiarity after long years. Old Benijah Corey had been his Uncle Christopher's hired man, and was aged even in those far-off times of his boyhood visits. Now he must be well over 100, but that piping voice could come from no one else. He could distinguish no words, yet the tone was haunting and unmistakable. To think that old Benijah should still be alive. Mr. Randy? Mr. Randy, whar be ye? Do you want to scare your Aunt Marthy plumb to death? Hain't she told ye to keep nigh the place in the afternoon and get back fur dark?
That's so funny. Like growing up and being born and raised in Southern California, Los Angeles, and then going to the deep South, like Tennessee, Alabama, Kentucky, and interacting with my mother's family. It was so strange to hear them speak. And there were a lot of folks among the community of my maternal grandmother who still spoke Gaelic words, like Irish, Gaelin. And I heard things like, I'm big into Gaelin. And so there was some definite Appalachian Irish in that area. But and that retained the old words, the old magic, which is rare. I don't even think there are very few people who still speak Irish today, right? Even in Ireland or the U.S., far fewer in the U.S., I would imagine. But what they call Gaelic, right? Gaelin. But it's funny too. Like I've heard deep Irish country folk, and I couldn't even understand anything they said, even though they were speaking perfectly legitimate English words. Like they spoke them in a manner that was almost beyond recognition. And I may have heard some Gaelic words among the younger folks. I don't know though. Maybe I'd have to spend a little time in Ireland to figure it out, right?
Randy? Randy! He's the beatin'est boy for running off in the woods. I see half the time a settin' moonin' round that snake den in the upper timber lot. Hee-yaw, Randy! Randolph Carter stopped in the pitched darkness and rubbed his hand across his eyes. Something was queer. He had been somewhere he ought not to be, had strayed very far away to places where he had not belonged, and was now inexcusably late. He had not noticed the time on the Kingsport steeple, though he could easily have made it out with his pocket telescope, but he knew his lateness was something very strange and unprecedented. He was not sure he had his little telescope with him, and put his hand to his blouse pocket to see. No, it was not there. But there was the big silver key he had found in a box somewhere. Uncle Chris had told him something odd once about an old unopened box with a key in it, but Aunt Martha had stopped the story abruptly, saying it was no kind of thing to tell a child whose head was already too full of queer fancies. He tried to recall just where he had found the key.
Is your head full of queer fancies? I mean, that's kind of a thing, right? What a statement to have a head full of queer fancies. Overly indulgent in fantasy, right? The dreaded daydreaming. But if your daydreaming is focused and God-centered and looking for real cosmic response, then you'll absolutely be guided to the thoughts, words, and actions that will bring that about. That's the whole thing going on right here, going on right there. I don't know if you can see that. Can you see that image? Like, can you focus in on it? Expand your screen and see what's happening there. In the red area at the bottom of this column, I don't know. It's good magic, though. Kind of a funny thing. Yeah, it is what it is. Let's continue. It's a really good story. I hope you're enjoying it, listener, wayfarer, wanderer, wildcat alike, wherever you are, whoever you are, and whenever you may receive this transmission. Keep doing good magic.
But something seemed very confused. He guessed it was in the attic at home in Boston, and dimly remembered bribing Parks with half his week's allowance to help him open the box and keep quiet about it. But when he remembered this, the face of Parks came up very strangely, as if wrinkles of long years had fallen upon the brisk little Cockney. "Randy? Randy? Hi, Randy!" A swaying lantern came around the black bend, and old Benijah bounced on the silent and bewildered form of the pilgrim. "Darn ye, boy, so there you be. Ain't you got a tongue in your head that you can't answer a body? I've been calling this half hour, and ye must have heard me long ago. Don't you know your Aunt Marthy's all a fidget over your being out after dark? Wait till I tell your Uncle Chris when he gets home. You'd orter know these here woods ain't no fitting place to be traipsin' this hour. They's things abroad what don't do nobody no good." "As my grandsire knowed fur me. Come on, Mr. Randy, or Hannah won't keep supper no longer." So Randolph Carter was marched up the road where wondering stars glimmered through high autumn boughs, and dogs barked as the yellow light of small pane windows shone out at the farther turn, and the Pleiades twinkled across the open knoll where a gate gambrel roof stood black against the dim west. Aunt Martha was in the doorway, and did not scold too hard when Benijah shoved the truant in. She knew Uncle Chris well enough to expect such things of the Carter blood. Randolph did not show his key, but ate his supper in silence, and protested only when bedtime came. He sometimes dreamed better when awake, and he wanted to use that key. In the morning, Randolph was up early, and would have run off to the upper timber lot if Uncle Chris had not caught him and forced him into his chair by the breakfast table. He looked impatiently around the low-pitched room with the rag carpet and exposed beams and corner posts, and smiled only when the orchard boughs scratched at the leaded panes of the rear window. The trees and the hills were close to him, and formed the gates of that timeless realm which was his true country. Then, when he was free, he felt in his blouse pocket for the key, and being reassured, skipped off across the orchard to the rise beyond, where the wooded hill climbed again to heights even of treeless knoll.
Yeah, so I think at this point, Wayfarer, you probably understand the silver key, the astral light, the Shekinah, the reflection, the Guayin, the mercurial energy of the mind, and how to let that gentle light illuminate your world and bring you anything you want from Aladdin's lamp. Abrahadabra. Do what thou will. For love is the law. Love under will, right? I was hoping to attract at least a dialectic here, but it looks like we're well past the 2 hour mark, and it's been a solo endeavor. So kind of a big deal. Without support, it probably finishes up pretty quick. So let's listen to a little more of the Silver Key.
The floor of the forest was mossy and mysterious, and great lichened rocks rose vaguely here and there in the dim light, like druid monoliths among the swollen and twisted trunks of a sacred grove. Once, in his ascent, Randolph crossed a rushing stream whose falls a little way off sang runic incantations to the lurking fauns and acapans and dryads. Then he came to the strange cave in the forest slope, the dreaded snake den, which country folk shunned, and a way from which Benijah had warned him again and again. It was deep, far deeper than anyone but Randolph suspected, for the boy had found a fissure in the farthermost black corner that led to a loftier grotto beyond, a haunting, sepulchral place whose granite walls held a curious illusion of conscious artifice. On this occasion he crawled in as usual, lighting his way with matches filched from the sitting room match safe, and edging.
That's interesting. Filched from the sitting room match safe. I don't know if you guys have ever done this, but when I was a kid, we had matchbooks and box of wooden matches and strike anywhere matches. And matches were a more accessible thing than lighters. You know, lighters cost money and they were a little rarer. And I don't know, maybe that's true with everyone in their childhood, like just the magical fascination of the power to create instant fire from a small scrap of paper and just a little dollop of clay-like material on the end, right? And then like a sandpaper type strip to ignite it. Just quite a bit of magic goes into that. How the fuck did motherfuckers figure that shit out, right? You guys have to think about that. That's the real ancient magic, just playing out so commonplace that it becomes horrible, right? The daily torture, so commonplace. What a thing, though, to see the absolute sublime in the most ordinary thing. Think about the paper, the amount of paper you can use, and writing implements, and all of the wonderful things around you. Fast fashion, manufactured clothing, the advancement of our serviceable technology to humanity's greater ease and enjoyment and relaxation and even suitableness to various environments. It's quite an advanced thing. Interesting thing, about 30 years ago, I bought pants from the San Francisco Dockers store in San Francisco that were the most well-made pants I've ever purchased, and I still have them to this day. A couple of pairs are still good, but I bought about 10 pairs, and most of them have started to erode it. I've used them so much in professional environments. They stopped making them, though, after a little while. They called them the cell phone pant. It was the most intelligently designed, most luxurious, best fabric, twill cotton, perfect fucking tailoring, just for what's considered fast fashion, but like luxury grade fast fashion. Dockers San Francisco, not just regular Dockers, like the actual OG unit. And they didn't create much, man. They discontinued them right away. I think they were maybe too costly to make at the time. But yeah, what a perfect pair of casual slacks. Unfucking deniable. That's true gold right there. If you can get them, then I would buy any surplus you might have. And at the time, they weren't cheap either. They were like probably $30 a pair, $27.99, something like that. Like, plus tax over $30 a pair. and I bought about $300 or $400 worth at the time. So we're talking 30 years ago. It was like mid to late 90s. Yeah, that sounds about right. And I would say that, like, as far as fast fashion went, like Tommy Hilfiger, Ralph Lauren, some of the old greats, Dockers. What's the other company that does the skateboard pants? The OG, like, kind of Mexican mafia style one. I forget. I can't remember. Oh well. Had a few of those too. And then a Mexican homie, an essay from Straight Out the Hood. He taught me how to fold my pants and put them under my mattress when I slept, like prison style, so that it would get the crease in the front and the back. And your shirt too. He taught me how to fold your shirt and your slacks so that when you slide them under your mattress while you sleep at night, and then they'll be perfectly pressed when you wake up in the morning. Yeah, and he taught me that shit. That's kind of good magic, man. What a fun thing to recount and recall with you here, Wayfarer.
Gene through the final crevice with an eagerness hard to explain even to himself. He could not tell why he approached the farther wall so confidently, or why he instinctively drew forth the great silver key as he did so. But on he went, and when he danced back to the house that night, he offered no excuses for his lateness, nor heeded in the least the reproofs he gained for ignoring the noontide dinner horn altogether. Now it is agreed by all the distant relatives of Randolph Carter that something occurred to heighten his imagination in his 10th year.
Yeah, and you can think about the silver key too from old mirrors, right? They were using an amalgam of silver, mercury, and tin, or even some bronze sometimes, I believe. And then the proportions had to be perfect. And cinnabar, wow. I think I should endeavor to make my own mirror with a couple of sheets of well-made glass, and then make the amalgam that would go on the back side of it. You see, those older types of mirrors, and like dark mirrors and the things that the ancients used, did have a quality that our modern ones don't have, because their Wi-Fi connection is the genuine etheric realm directly to the astral, and connecting with all realms beyond. Whereas these ones we have these days, just our laptops and tablets, they're just inferior reflections. You can't reach into your laptop and pull something out, but you could with a dark mirror. And things could come in and out of dark mirrors. Wow. The video I was attempting to extract just now extracted. Let's see if I can pull it in now. I had to make it below 10 minutes long, I believe. We'll see. It's 9 minutes 46 seconds. Let's see if it'll load this time. Yeah, it did. Nice. I knew that was the problem. Yeah, you guys who have the full access StreamYard, you got the full set of tools at your disposal. We will remove the silver key for a moment and bring up Mind Unveiled, the occult.
That could alter physical reality, contact non-human intelligence, and completely rewrite history itself. Is it real? If not, then why are the elites into it? Welcome to Mind Unveiled.
I remember.
Yeah, if you guys don't know Mind Unveiled, check it out for sure. This is definitely really, really good YouTube by a young man. I mean, listen to his voice. He's probably just now around the 30-year mark, and he's been doing his channel for since he was a teen, maybe probably a decade. I've been watching it for at least 5 years, maybe longer. So check it out for sure. Yeah, Mind Unveiled. Really, really good YouTube channel. Absolutely. Cream of the crop. Nobody does it better.
Okay, guys, it's about to get weird. And I mean, history is weird. Like, why does the Vatican have the largest collection of grimoires? Why did Isaac Newton spend more time on alchemy than physics? And why was every founding father in a secret society performing bizarre rituals? Today, we're talking about occult history, the type of stuff they don't really teach you in school. Like, did the ancients have some type of mystical power that was lost after a cataclysm? Or how about all that weird witchcraft stuff throughout the medieval ages? Were they just tripping on moldy bread? And what about these secret societies? Did they get together and decide to fabricate our history? A lot of strange stuff, but at the core, do we have the ability to alter physical reality with our mind? Alright, if you're thinking what the hell is this guy talking about? Perfect. I'm talking about an ancient lost art form, an ancient technology that was used to recode reality.
Yeah, that's good magic right there. You can see Kabbalah, right? And the processes of uncovering the alchemical formula of the cauldron, spheres within rings. Imagine those books that we had at that point. All of them, the ones outside of private collections have all been destroyed, man. Zero access for the ordinary, average, everyday individual.
Basically, I'm trying to get you to imagine a reality in which magic is actually real. And no, I'm not talking about stage magic like making the Statue of Liberty disappear or levitating in the hood. And no, I'm not talking about fantasy Disney magic. We're talking about real magic, with a K. See, if we take mainstream history as accurate, then magic almost has to be real. Because if it isn't real, then we have some major problems. Throughout the medieval ages and even the early Renaissance, the greatest thinkers accepted magic as a very real phenomenon. There are many definitions of magic, but at its core, it's a base principle of our reality. It's the power to control your destiny, to think a thought and to manifest it into reality.
It's the power to control your destiny. Magic is not only that, it's the power, to break free of all the chains that bind. All of the chains of the prime material plane, whether it be karma, the zodiac, emotions, familial debt, societal debt, any type of thing that could bind you, right? The ego in its super eccentric expression, right? As long as it's mitigated, it's an absolute part of your being, an expression of your soul to one degree, right? You've got the soul, and then you have the three players, the persona, shadow, and anima, and these interacting. But the soul is always above, beyond. Here in this expression, it would sit at Daath, right? Yeah, you know Wayfarer, you know what's up.
It is the process from mind to matter.
So you're saying if I visualize myself in a red sports car, it will just happen? It doesn't seem to be working.
Well, yeah, that's because you're trapped in there. It's not in your sphere of influence. Try that again when you're in a lucid dream. The manifestation will be immediate. You see, in order to explore occult history, we must understand what magic is and distinguish it from all its counterfeit variations. Magic's not only real, but the history of magic goes back to the origin of humanity. Magic, at its core, is mysticism, an alteration of consciousness in order to achieve a certain result. And most of the people in the modern day think this is woo-woo or new age or just a bunch of BS, but most of this comes from our modern belief system. We're taught a cosmology of randomness, a nihilist ideology which directly affects not only our view of what's possible, but directly inhibits our magical power.
So you're saying I can't do magic because I don't believe hard enough?
No, it's deeper than that. The ancient mystery schools understood something that we've completely forgotten. Magic isn't separate from reality. It is reality.
There you go there. Magic isn't separate from reality. It is reality. Ugh. Yeah, that's motherfucking good magic, man. If you haven't gotten on the magic ticket yet, oh yeah, sorry about that, man. I don't know what fucking link that is. Maybe that's the OG link for the video. My bad. Caged Reality is here. Good to see you. Appreciate you stopping by, saying hello. If you guys didn't see it out in the ideas room, Cage is rolling in to say hello. Link. I think I posted the correct link. Should be good. Check it out. Yeah, we're looking good. We're all dialed in. If you guys don't know Cage, you should know him. He calls in on a tin can and a fishing line. He's using like old school, early 90s dial up. I think he's connecting through AOL or in AOL, right? Cage, are you on North American Online AOL? Do you remember AOL, Cage? Yeah, I'm not sure. He calls in with a tin can and a fishing line. Here we go.
I do remember.
Can you hear me?
I do remember the AOL thing.
No, I can't hear you, man.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now. How you doing with that audio tonight?
Hopefully it's all right, man.
Yeah, sounds pretty good. So did you have something to bring to the conversation here, or magic is everything? That was the last statement made. Are you familiar with the Mind Unveiled channel?
I've definitely heard the accent before.
Mystery schools understood something.
This is the homie right here. He has never shown his face on camera that I know of. What can you decode from this image right here? Give me the goods. What's going on with this? What's the symbology here in this picture right here?
Well, I want to break it down. Yeah, it's AI generated, but yeah, you got first of all, there's a human being, but then you have to put like some solar thing over it. You know, the sun. And how many points does the sun have on its fucking head?
Yeah, that's
like 12
classic.
of them, is that like a 12 point?
Classic image from Hermetic Alchemy. What about the skull in the background? What would you attribute to that skull on the bookshelf?
Memento Mori.
Nice. What about the crystal ball underneath?
Oh, exactly. Okay. Well, yeah. Look into it.
Little Salve et Coagula. What about the plants? What plants are those? What is that growing out of the vase?
Oh, kind of like ivy or some sage or something.
Yeah, indeed. Ivy League, right? What do you think that potion is? You think that's a love potion or a potion of immortality?
Or something you don't drink.
Don't drink that shit, huh? Looks like absinthe, right? Isn't absinthe the green fairy?
Well, that has to do with like wormwood or whatever, right?
Right. Poison hemlock, Datura, peyote. What are you on right now, motherfucker? What you been eating this morning? Is it morning? Is it morning in Canada right now?
8:20.
You know, I've been to Canada on the West Coast, Puget Sound. Crossed the border in a boat. Can you imagine that?
Oh no.
Yeah, kind of a thing.
Right by the fucking lakes and stuff.
First time I crossed the U.S.-Canadian border, it was across the Puget Sound in a boat. My one of my dad's younger brothers, he had a couple, and yeah. like a small motorboat.
Welcome back.
Indeed. I think I was 6 or 7 years old. So yeah, we did the thing. My dad, he was kind of a big deal. Let's look at a little more of this.
That we've completely forgotten. Magic isn't separate from reality. It is reality. It's the foundation. I'm talking about ancient mystery schools being the foundation for religions, for science, for our entire understanding of consciousness, the actual operating system of existence. For thousands of years, in Egypt, Greece, Persia, they all had mystery schools. And what they taught wasn't religion as we understand it today. They were spiritual technologies. Ancient historians like Herodotus, Plutarch, Iamblichus described the Great Pyramid not as a tomb, but as an initiatory temple. Initiates would undergo symbolic death and resurrection. They would literally exit their body, travel through different realms, and come back transformed.
Gage, have you received the initiation before the Sphinx?
Yeah, then I woke up.
Yeah, it's a good man. I'm glad you did it on the astral plane at least, right? Physically, it's a little bit difficult, challenging. I mean, you got to pay fucking money, get a ticket and shit. It's like real effort, but to do it spiritually is just as valid. Just as valid. The secret chiefs are always watching you, Cage, even when you touching yourself, right? They know what's up. So don't be playing with Mr. Willie too much. Let's get into some more of this.
It's the same thing with the Eleusinian mysteries in Greece. Initiates would drink a sacred mixture and experience what we'd call today a near-death experience. They'd encounter divine beings, receive knowledge, and return back from the dead.
Oh, so they were tripping on psychedelics.
Except everyone that went through it described the same entities, the same realms, the same knowledge structure.
So this is an important aspect here. This is the difference between an initiate and just a religious fanatic, right? Like there's an accumulated spiritual science that is valid through repetitive encounter with it by wayfarers of all times, right? Magicians of all times and places, building up to an essential thing like a canon, a body of teaching that an evolved soul should recognize intrinsically. Yeah. Like you should know when things got the vibe and jive and when they don't, right? And you accept that which is and discard that which is not. It's a powerful thing. I've met some of you. I know you know it, Cage, but sometimes you come in bringing the static, and I can appreciate that too, you know. And motherfucking gotta fight sometimes to make the message heard, as it were. Right? It's good magic.
That's not random hallucinations.
Okay.
And these weren't just new age spiritual exercises.
Isn't the real teachings, haven't they always been from lip to ear? You know, not like nothing can really be written down. Not the real stuff, at least.
Yeah, it is what it is, right?
Should that be understood by the individual?
The average ordinary layman isn't going to understand much, and I don't think they really need to. I think at this level, we're speaking to a elite group of initiates that interact in a newly emerging kind of different way, right? The other way.
Yeah,
there's so many ways.
You know what'd be funny? Let's put on a t-shirt. I did all this work and all I got was this shitty t-shirt.
I'm gonna make some. I should make some Frank Monday shirts. I've got like,
that'd be funny.
I got original silk screens from when I was making Frank Monday shirts like 15 years ago, and some of them are pretty good. I think they were pretty prophetic too, and I should get them like on Etsy or something.
Damn, I put my whole reality into something, and all I got was this horrible t-shirt.
Yeah, no, a t-shirt can be a beautiful thing. That's like the That's the height of cutting edge societal evolution. Is the T-shirt? Do you know where the T-shirt comes from, Cage? If you know this, I'll show some respect. Do you know the OG T-shirt? Do you know where it's from?
Why is it called a T-shirt? Well, obviously, like look at a cross or a T.
You don't know, do you? Wow,
I
this is
don't
kind of
know.
a thing,
Enlighten
man.
me.
This is powerful initiated knowledge right here. Let me tell you the inside baseball. The white T-shirt, as it stands, like just a plain white T-shirt, its origin is the U.S. Navy. Those motherfuckers came up with that shirt and the cap and the dungarees and the slacks and the deck shoe. All of that is U.S. Navy. And it's one of the greatest contributions to humanity in the known history, at least. Like, that shit is fly as fuck, man. Those loose, almost bell-bottom-esque slacks, pants, right, with the pool, with the rope tie, and then the T-shirt with a fucking I forget what the cap's called. The U.S. Navy cap has a special name, but those 4 or 5 things plus the underwear, the boxers too. Regular boxer shorts were also U.S. Navy invention. That set of kit right there is the preeminent kit on Earth right now. It always has been, always will be. Motherfucking T-shirt, pair of loose pants, and some shoes. What are you wearing right now, motherfucker? You in your underwear, Cage? Look down at your clothing. What you got on, baby?
Okay, that's kind of random, but yeah, no. What I'm wearing right now, I'm wearing
You got a T-shirt on?
sweatpants and a sweater.
You got a T-shirt?
Socks.
You got a T-shirt or not?
Nope.
Are you wearing a wife beater or are you just naked? Are you laying around naked with your disgusting fucking bitch tits hanging out?
Nope.
With a little, like, rats and other familiars, bats and rats.
I'm wearing a raptor sweater.
Suckling at your satanic breasts. Producing your man milk.
No, what the fuck? Quite the imagination you have, though.
Yeah, don't you lie to me. That's some Eldrick dank fucking witchcraft right there. I can appreciate it, though. Okay, let's get a little more into this.
Hold on, give me a second.
The mystery schools taught that reality itself is
What you got? What you talking about? Go ahead, fire away.
All right, I'll show you what the fuck I'm wearing. What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't want to see. Oh, okay, there you are. Yeah, looking good. Damn, that's a fucking mustache right there. Motherfucker been growing a mustache and shit.
Yeah, you wanted. I don't know why. Like, is that like a? No, this
yeah,
is
that's
the
a
armed
thing.
forces.
My older brother could grow a full beard at 14 years old, and I didn't get my first pubic hair till I was 19. So
I ain't want to know about all that, man. Too much information, buddy.
My brother turned into a man from 12 to 14. He was bench pressing 275 pounds when he was like 15 years old. He was doing 375 and 425 when he was 17, 19.
That reminds me of my friend Dylan. We grew up in the thing. The guy was like a little ant. He's a small dude, but the guy could fucking bench all the plates and shit. He was like, what the fuck?
I never benched above 137 my whole life. That's it.
I could do 137 with one fucking hand.
Okay, I might be able to do 142 one time now, but that's about it. 150. I think I could probably pump out 150 now. Wow.
Come on now, Frank.
No, man, I've always been a light frame dude. I ain't gonna fucking kill myself to lift weights. I'm like Bruce Lee, baby. 5'7".
Be like the water.
125 pounds, gonna slap you in the motherfucking mouth.
Be like the water.
That mind came before matter, and that through altering your consciousness, you could interact with the fundamental layer of existence. And look, the magical claims from ancient sources are absolutely wild. Most of you know of one magical ability, astral projection, the ability to exit your physical body and travel to other locations or even other dimensions. The Egyptians called it the body of light, and they had entire rituals dedicated to this. Oracles who could see the future, Not just vague predictions, I mean, these were specific, detailed information about events that hadn't happened yet. Kings and emperors would travel thousands of miles to consult them. Alexander the Great trekked 300 miles across the Sahara Desert to the Oracle of Siwa. The priest greeted him as the Son of God before he even spoke, and told him he would conquer the world and he'd never be defeated. And apparently he did. And this is weird. So right after this, he changes his whole look, declares himself to be God, and then they have all these depictions of the horns of Alexander.
My name is Nicholas, and my middle name is Alexander.
Is that right? Have you, this is you then, right? This is a statue of you.
My middle name is Alexander. No, man.
Yeah, the only Alex I've ever known was I got a sister, like cousin. I got niece.
Yeah.
Niece named Alexandria. Alexandria? I think it's Alexandria.
Probably Alexandra.
My first best friend when I was a kid, his name was Alex. You know what we played with, man? We played with pet rocks and mobbit
cool.
men. Yeah, and did you ever know what a pet rock was? You seen that motherfucker before?
Of course.
What a thing, man. That's so funny to remember. And he had his family.
Well, at least he's not going to run away on you.
There was VHS, and what was the other one?
CDs?
Beta, right? No.
VHS, well, like tape.
When there were tapes, yeah. There were VHS tapes, and the other big competitor, I think, was like Sony's Beta or something.
Oh, no, I'm born in 1993, man.
Oh, okay. Wow. I was already a year into college in 93. I graduated high school in 92.
Exactly. I'm fucking 1993, end of November. Right.
Wow, yeah, that's really a thing. So I'm 20 years older than you. Yeah.
I'm 32 years older, and okay.
I'm 21 years older than you. I'll be 54 this year. My birthday's this year. I'll be 54.
Yeah, so I guess you grew up a bit differently.
Yeah, not a big deal. Not much. A little bit. How many's that? What was it? 20 years? A couple of decades. Let's get a little. What do you think of this video so far, man? You enjoying this? Good stuff.
I've looked into this person's work before. Yeah, I remember the voice.
Almost as if they merged him with some pan iconography. Oh, and get this. In the Quran, he's known as the Horned One. And it literally says he was the one who built the Great Wall of China to keep Gog and Magog out of civilized lands. It also says that the wall was built through the help of jinn, just like the Temple of Solomon. So across multiple cultures from all around the world, there's this common pattern of using magic or supernatural entities for the creation of different structures. The most famous example being Solomon and his brass vessel.
I got a question for you. Have you ever endeavored to make a structure, like a architectural endeavor?
I used to do stonemasonry, so yeah, I guess so. Wow,
I've got an interesting tale for you. It won't take long. Real quick, I can land it. But yeah, mute your mic if you can. I endeavored to make a pool one time in my grandmother's yard in Tennessee, and at the low point of the land, she had about 10 acres. It's what I've got now. But I took a shovel and I just spent a couple of days like digging in the dirt. And as I pulled out each shovel layer, like it came out like a perfect brick. And I set them on each other one after another and was able to drill down into the earth in like a vortex of energy and created mound after mound all around it. Like we're talking 2, 3, 4 days of just digging in the fucking dirt, and turtles and snakes emerged and the holes filled with water. And I tanned and got really strong. And I think, how old was I at the time? Maybe 19. And I realized at that point that like it's so easy to create the Garden of Eden and dig back into it. At least in Tennessee it was. Like you could just dig and pull in a few like reeds to create cover and shade, and you could create the perfect turtle-like like grip of absolute divine natural heaven. Like I said, snakes, rabbits, deer, everything would emerge from these like black holes of just digging and creating mounds. Quite a thing, man. I remember that. I did that. It was good magic.
You remember as a kid, like if you're, go to the beach and you dig far enough down, and all of a sudden you have water emerging from it.
Yeah, that's right. Sandpipers digging in the sand, building up shit. Yeah, but the loom, like the arable land of where shit grows, like, and I knew right then, like if you were a beekeeper in that region, there was so much wild honeysuckle and licorice and goldenroot and even ginseng, like you could reap the most purest divine nectar. Do you know that honey and bee pollen never expire? They're the perfect food that is imperishable. You know this, right?
And I seen a video the other day where they ate honey that was found in an Egyptian tomb or whatever. Many thousands of years old, and it's fine. They ate it.
It's the manna from heaven. It's the perfect food.
A good friend of mine, his grandfather was a beekeeper. I want to call it. Yeah, dealing with bees is a whole different story. Like you know the bee symbolism in masonry, for example.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course. I mean, it's part of the fucking code. It's the reality of absolute immortality and survival. It's it's always pointing at the same thing. The Philosopher's Stone.
Well,
He
it's also
summoned the
that,
commanding demons to build his temple. He even had this special worm called the Shamir that apparently could eat stone. Was this some type of technology to melt or disintegrate stone?
Alright, now we're getting into
But
some
it's more than
goetic
that.
stuff. Frank.
Shamir.
We're getting into some Goetia, right?
Have you ever seen the Shamir, the worm that eats stone?
I think it's more of an allegorical thing, but yeah,
No, it's a real thing.
the lesser key of Solomon.
This is an astral etheric being right here, the Shamir. This worm.
I think that's in the lesser key of Solomon, isn't it?
It's a real thing, yeah. I've seen it. I've met with. I was out on the mountains of madness in Dreamland with my son, and a bunch of these Shamirs ran up to us and tried to eat my kid, and we jumped in the back of like a divine chariot, and they were jumping up and trying to bite him. And I was like, I pushed them back, and we took off on this like divine chariot of fucking, just beautiful.
A fire.
Thing, man.
Yeah, you better take care of your son, man.
Yeah, I pulled him out of it. It was a big deal. You got any kids, man? As young as you are, that would.
I don't.
Okay, good man. I didn't have. You're almost 30, right? Or you are 30?
I'm 32.
32. Okay.
93,
I didn't have my first child till I was 33. My daughter was born when I was 33, and my son was born when I was 35.
So, and then let me do the math. So your daughter, I think your kids are a bit younger than I am, but.
Yeah, my daughter was 20 this year, and my son's 18.
Okay.
So I'm nearly done, like in my service to building a family and recreating me and my wife at least. But that's not your burden. The typical burden is actually at least one generation, which would mean you got to have 4 kids to replace both sets of grandparents.
I'm about to bring a little Cage Junior into the realm.
Yeah, fuck, get a bunch of them. Get a couple of old ladies and bring in like 10 or 15, man. No. Guarantee that your genetic material stays in the world. You've always got an opportunity to reincarnate if you do that.
Okay. Well, yeah, no, I get it, but it's going to be very.
You got to leave your options open. You might check out entirely when you leave this time and be like, I ain't going back there. But at least leave your options open.
I'd have to. If I bring children in here, I'm going to have to come back every time.
Yeah, no guarantee of that. You don't give a fuck about that. And doesn't that even matter. It's all expression of your own energy egg, right? Like it all is what it is, and what it always has been, and what it always will be. So yeah,
Bro, I'm
don't
like the
fret
fucking
shit.
Bodhisattva. I'll purposely come the fuck back to.
True facts. Let's get a little more of this goodness.
That apparently could eat stone. Was this some type of technology to melt or disintegrate stone? But it's more than that. This shamir was used to engrave the stones of the priestly breastplate of the high priest of the Hebrews. So when you look at these perfect laser-cut hieroglyphs, it really makes you wonder, what is this legend referring to? Is it some type of lost ancient technology? History is filled with these strange magical technologies, and you've heard of many of them. For example, the Ark of the Covenant. Typically described as a device for communicating with God, it was rumored to make people sick, and even cause blindness to those who look at
No,
it.
well, can you
But
pause
throughout
it?
history, this device is essentially a
With the Ark of the Covenant, apparently it's in Ethiopia, modern day Ethiopia now. And there's one guy and his entire, or person, and the entire thing is like, they have to protect the Ark of the Covenant or whatever, and they end up like they have to run through them a lot because they end up getting like cancer, like sicknesses, kind of like it's like radiation poisoning. And
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense.
yeah, and like the person, they're born for that role, and yeah, they just all they do is they're just there, and no one can look at it except them, and then they keep like passing away, and like it just sounds like radiation sickness, like their hair will fall out and all types of weird shit.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing too. Like the four forces, the four great players, like the Yod-Heh-Vah, the Tetragrammaton in the Chinese system is electricity, magnetism, and then electromagnetism and radiation. And so those four forces interact to, substantiate and polarize our three-dimensional reality.
Yod-Heh-Vah, what number does that equal to?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a big numerology or gematria guy.
It's
You have to tell me.
26. It's number 26. Number 26 is very,
26
very
or 27? 26?
20, it's 26. And there's a reason why there is 26 letters in the alphabet. There's 206 bones in your body. You go on and on. And your feet, in your hands and feet, there's 26 bones. Like, just it goes on and on and on. I was born on the 26th myself. In 93. '26 is a very important number. Can I show you something about the number 26? It'd be interesting, I think. Not to distract from what you're playing here.
Yeah, no. But one of my kids fucking knocking on my door, talking to me, shit. Yeah, I appreciate you. Let's get a little more of this goodness.
reset device. It literally levels cities.
I thought the Ark was just a Bible story. There's no evidence it actually did anything.
Well, what about the walls of Jericho? Were they just marching around with trumpets and the walls fell? Or was it the Ark? When the Philistines captured it, it literally caused plagues and cataclysm. A device that caused devastation wherever it went. Of course, it has to say in 1 Samuel that the Ark's power wasn't a magical charm, but actually, it was just God's pure essence. Right. I don't know, sounds like a reset device to me.
Wait, but isn't magic just demonic stuff?
Well, that's typically what most Christians automatically conclude. But let's talk about what Christians do every single day. Prayer. You're using intention and focused consciousness to manifest outcomes. That's magic. Here's the thing. Magic can have different power sources. You can channel energy from yourself, from nature, from cosmic forces, from entities, or from what people call God. The mechanism is the same. Focused intention, ritual structure, belief. The power source is what changes. Christians are doing magic. They're just sourcing it through their God. And even then, I think we can all agree it is easy to abuse the power of prayer, as I'm sure many of you have
I'm
seen.
gonna find it quick.
People praying in situations where really they shouldn't be bothering the God of the universe with. But that's the thing. Prayer is really a form of mental magic. And what about baptism? A nature initiation ritual? Crosses used as talismans. Wearing a cross for protection is a form of magic. What about communion? Now I understand you can present this in different ways, but let's just be real. You're literally eating wine and bread in order to perform a symbolic reenactment of eating Jesus.
Yeah, that's gnarls right there. Like the cannibalism of the crucifixion. In which sect of Christianity began that? That's a big question you need to ask, right? Like, what's up with that? I think the SNL did a really good skit on what's up with that. What's up with that? It's certainly an opportunity to get up and shake your ass and wonder, hey, what's really going on? Welcome back, Mr. Welcome Back.
Back for the welcome.
Blessings.
Here, can I put something in the private chat?
No, I can't do no links or videos or nothing, man.
My friend numbers don't lie.
Ernest B. Aspinwall, Esquire of Chicago, is.
Yeah, sadly, because I'm on the limited StreamYard, they don't let me show nothing.
Yeah, they do. Like you're doing it right now. You just put that one in the back. It's with the number 26, man, and how it correlates to our reality and the language you use.
Yeah, but the audio won't play.
Try it. Let's see if it
Nah.
does.
No, it's a YouTube link, so I would have to turn on my VPN, which isn't on. So,
well, I could just turn on the computer, and I could share it on my end.
10 years his senior.
Yeah, do that.
Distinctly
What is
recalls
it? What are we looking at?
After the autumn of 1883.
I think you'd find it very, very enlightening, and there's lots of stuff in there.
What you got there? What is it? Tell me about it.
It's about the language that we use and how about the number 26. He can explain a lot better than I can. So. Fuck it, I'll turn my fucking computer on. We'll do it.
You know what I'm talking about, motherfucker? What's up? What you doing? Thought you gonna put something in the back. Ain't got shit going on. Why don't you mute your motherfucking feedback?
I'm turning it.
Are you? Don't. Wait a second, Cage. Are you calling in on a tin can with a fishing line? I mean, motherfucker. What kind of technology are you dialing up with? America Online, like 1995?
Lenovo. It's a Lenovo. Here, good.
Good God, is that Chinese brand?
No.
I'm waiting for you to upload something, but you ain't got nothing going on, so I don't know if I can tolerate all that feedback.
You admit it. I'm fucking doing it right now,
Frank.
Frank.
Which he showed in relation to very mundane things. He seemed, in fine, to have picked up an odd gift of prophecy and reacted unusually to things which, though at the time without meaning, would later found to justify the singular impressions. In subsequent decades, as new inventions, new names, and new events appeared one by one in the book of history, people would now and then recall wonderingly how Carter had years before let fall some careless word of undoubted connection with what was then far in the future. He did not himself understand these words, or know why certain things made him feel certain emotions, but fancied that some unremembered dream must be responsible. It was as early as 1897 that he turned pale when some traveler mentioned the French town of Boulogne-en-Santerre, and friends remembered it when he was almost mortally wounded there in 1960.
The fuck are you
while
doing,
serving in the
Frank?
Foreign Legion in the
Smallware.
Great War. Carter's relatives talk much
All right,
about
Memento
you got that?
Mori.
because he has
You got that
taken
video
his
uploaded down? Give me a second. Wait, God, I mean, shut the fuck up. What you talking about? That video wouldn't stop. Give me a second. You all right now? You all right? You all right? What's that? What is that, motherfucker?
Well, that's the second cage there. Don't freak me out with your goddamn little skull.
Someone, hey, I heard a rumor, and I wanna substantiate what's going on. I heard that the owl got melted or burnt, like you fell asleep while it was on fire or something. Did that happen?
No, it's right here. The fuck?
What happened?
Nothing.
Somebody said you burned the fucking owl down, man. That you.
I never burnt the owl. The owl was right here. It was doing just fine. Fuck.
All right.
No.
Don't let that shit happen, man. You're fucking.
I definitely got to be careful with it.
That shit ain't cute. Yeah, where are we at here? So cage number 2 right here. Is this what's?
Yeah, I'm
gonna do it.
Well, that's my computer, right? And then
Yeah, don't do nothing crazy, man. Don't be pulling no crazy shit on here.
You think I would ever do something like that, man? Come on.
I don't
Fuck
know,
over
man.
number 26.
One of the videos you did get me struck. Like I don't think it got me shut down, but it got me like a copyright announcement.
Fuck them.
Yeah, no, fuck that. Don't be pulling no TOS shit. Saying fuck them means fuck me. Don't you go try to fuck me?
My bad.
You try to stick your dick up my ass? You think
you-
I'm gonna suck off fucking? No. Go ahead. What you got? Go ahead.
No, what are you talking about, though? What the hell? What?
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, no, there's another video coming in. Hold on.
Well, yeah, I told you. I can play
Is
whatever.
that it right there? All right.
Yes, this is it. Look.
Black magic as being purely fictitious, or is there some truth in it?
Yeah, number don't lie. This is my good friend, okay? You're fine players.
100% true.
Yeah, you've said that before. Go ahead.
In any way, whatever.
All right.
It is a fact. It is a fact which has existed for several thousand years. I mean, when we talk about black magic, we are talking about Satanism, necromancy, alchemy, witchcraft, the worship of Satan, the worship.
Welcome back, people. We're back at it straight in with the second part of Occult 101, breaking down this English language for what it really is. And today we are going to be focusing primarily on gematria. And I'm going to try and make this stuff as clear as possible for everyone. Now, the last video we touched on the fact that the English the English language was standardized at 26 characters after the fall of the Roman Empire. However, what we didn't ask is why the number 26? Out of all the numbers, why was that particular one chosen to be the specific amount of letters in the English language? Well, it has everything to do with scripture, of course, much like everything else. But this 26 relates specifically to our relationship with God or the divine. Now, as you can see here in the Bible, Genesis 1:26, man is created in the 26th verse. And this is the building block of what we're going to be working from. But first of all, what I must note, this is of great importance, and is that the 26th prime number is 101. And I've touched on primes before and their importance. But this is the one you need to know for now. So the 26th prime number is 101, which is 11. Okay, because you just take the 0 out. And we all know 11 is a master number.
What happened?
I dropped it for a second. Wait a minute. Is this the classic?
I was about to pause it.
Is this the Decode Your Reality guy?
No.
Do you want to make any comments? What are you bringing us here? What's going on?
I was born on 11/26. 26 is a very, very important number. And has nothing to do with me.
Yeah, good match.
Like you were saying, why are there 26
how does
letters?
Other than your own ego and how it relates to you, how does it relate to the people?
It's going to get into it. It's like the amount of.
It's too much, though. I don't have all fucking day long to get into this, man. I mean, give me the upshot. Where's it going? What's gonna happen? How's it gonna play out?
In your anatomy, in your body, and
how long
everything.
is this motherfucker? Yeah.
Let me look.
I can't pause it though.
What are
Only
you
you
talking
can
about?
do that.
Yeah, you just tell me to pause it. I'll pause it, man.
No, we're good. Go ahead. Okay.
All right.
Variety of reasons. One of the most important being that the 11th Sephiroth on the Kabbalistic Tree of Life. And I've broken this down already in my video on Crowley and the AA. And I also show you how Darth Vader from Star Wars represented the 11, or the 11th Sephiroth, Dark. And if you're interested in learning about that, then please go back and watch that video.
Pause. Yeah, that makes good sense. I could see how Darth Vader would be in Dot. What do you think about that?
Well, isn't Dot in the middle?
Are you bringing material you're not fully versed in?
No, I'm not. Like, I'm not getting an. Okay, there's two different types of Kabbalah, but yeah, of course we could look at it.
All right. Fuck it then. Fuck it. Your initiation is as high as I thought. Go ahead. Play the video.
I know lots about it, man. Like, I could be here all day.
But yeah, 26 prime is 101, 101 is 11, and it's a master number, so we've got that relation right there straight away. So what do we have? We have man created in the 26th verse of Genesis. Now, the Hebrew God of the Old Testament, Yahweh, which was really Saturn, but we will stick with Yahweh for now.
Here's the Tetragrammaton, Yod He Vav He, and then 26. Okay.
Yeah,
this was the unspeakable.
How would you pronounce the unpronounceable name of God?
It kind of sounds like a breath to me.
Yeah, hey, how would that sound? Yeah, that's it right there. Good man. Go ahead, yeah. Continue.
Full name of God. This right here, and it was called the Tetragrammaton. And each of these individual letters in Hebrew sum to 26. So we have Yod, Hey, Vav, and Hey. Again, it reads left to right, okay? 10, 5, 5, 6. You can see the Hebrew alphabet here. This is the totality of the Tetragrammaton, 26. Not only that, but if we write out God in English in the most basic cipher, this also sums to 26 in the alphabetic order, where A is 1 and Z is 26, as you can see right here. Whilst body sums to 62, which is the inversion. 26, 62, you see that? So these numbers obviously resonate with the same frequencies because they have the same digits. So with that being said, we have man, who is created in the 26th chapter. And both the God of the Old Testament and the title God have the same numeric value, which is 26, along with body, that which God created out of an image of himself. Remember, it was apparently God who made our body in his image, in the image of the 26, you see?
Yeah,
and you'll see these inversion numbers playing out a lot.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the 26 reference. It's kind of eluding me. But yeah, definitely, we're created in the scroll of God, right? Like the rolling out, the revelation of the first scroll. So if you write Yod He Vav, I've talked to you about this before, so it's not something new to you. If you write out Yod He Vav on a scroll and then unroll it, it creates the image of man. So from top to bottom, it's a head. The first Yud is a head, and then the Hey is the arms, the Vav is the body, and the final Hey is the legs. I mean, it's very easy to see, right? You remember me showing this to you?
Not particularly, but I kind of can see what you're saying.
Yeah, it's super easy. Let me show you real quick, if you don't recall. Hey, motherfucker, how'd you get in there? Get on up out the way.
I didn't do anything. You're the one who's controlling.
Yeah, you did something right there. Yeah, so if you imagine you've got a scroll and you unroll it, and it's got Yud, Hey. Vol. Hey. Okay, there it is. That's good enough. So there is the Tetragrammaton. Yud, A, Vau, Hey. All right. And then let me show you. There's the head of man, his arms, body, and legs.
What in the golem are you showing right
Yeah, check it out. Can you see the human body written around the Yud, He, Vau, He?
Well, like what Buddy was saying, right? Like 62, 26. It's all numerical. Hebrew is a very numerical language.
Yeah, there's only 22 letters in the Hebrew alphabet.
I know, and how come they don't use vowels either?
Because you don't need them. Motherfucking waste of time. It's a magical language. You got to know the vibration of the original consonants. You don't need vowels. You see that? You can see it, right? Yeah, it looks good.
I know what you're talking about, Frank. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'll bring you back up. Where are you at? You still there?
Of course.
Motherfucking. Yeah, there you are. There. All right. So we're about to get into Jack Talcott's territory at this point, right?
Oh, no.
Excuse me.
Come on now.
Yeah, wait a god. What a good goddamn.
What happened to the video though? I was gonna get into that. It's gonna get a bit deeper. What happened?
No, I was getting some hardcore.
Oh, now you muted.
Yeah. For a second, I was getting some hardcore feedback from your microphone because you're like calling in on like 90s technology, AOL dial-up. You got like a 512K modem or something? Is that like legitimate dial-up that you're on, or are you in your car, or are you standing on the moon? What's going on, Cage? You still there?
I'm in the grow room.
Oh, you're in the grow room. God, don't make me jealous. Okay, let's bring your video back up. God damn, done in the motherfucking grow room. Sweet Jesus, that's nice. Okay, here we are here. Yeah, go ahead and play it.
All right, well, let me go into the other room to press the space bar. Thanks for the patience, bro. Now it's a little more quiet over here. Spacebar, isn't it?
Which is a further testament to the dual nature of our reality, to be completely honest with you. So before we continue here, let's just stop and establish what we know. So evidently there is a clear relation here, numerically, between man, the body, and God. But we're not done. As you can see here, the New Testament has a total of 260 chapters. Remove the 0, that is another 26. And not only that, but the Greeks, who were, if you didn't know, sorry to spoil it for you, but the authors of the New Testament, also sums to 26. The Greek mystery schools, I mean by that. But yeah, Greek also sums to 26. I mean, coincidence? Maybe. Let's continue. Remember I said 26 relates to the connection between man and God. If we check our own body, you can see it has 206 bones. Take the 0 again, so 26. Much like how bones sums to 26. And the two appendages that are responsible for holding up our body, both have 26 bones in them, which is our feet.
Pause on it for a minute.
We can take this idea
I'm
even
curious.
further. Corinthians 6:19 states that the body is a temple.
I'm curious, Cage.
And that is a common belief amongst many
sorry,
religions. However, if we look here, we can see that temple also sums to 26.
Again,
Yeah, no sweat. I was curious why you're in the grow room. What's going on in the grow room? You working?
I'm smoking.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
I'm almost done. That's why I couldn't automatically pause this and he said something. I had to go back to the other room and hit the space bar again.
Yeah,
you hit the space bar, you can hit a K. That still pauses it.
Yeah, I apologize for that.
Don't worry.
Try to break it down for me a little bit then. Since you've got the microphone, you're calling it on AOL.
I'm on my
Go ahead.
phone, and I'm also on the laptop. But yeah, I'm talking to you on the phone right now.
Yeah, give me a little bit of your interpolation of this shit, because I'm a little bit lost, to be honest with you.
How?
I still don't see how the 26 corresponds. Like 26, he made a reference. He said 26 bones. Like 26 bone, what? My dick? I mean,
no,
that was such a
like
vague.
in your feet and ankles, or sorry, in your feet and your hands. There's
Did he say
260 bones in
that?
his body.
How many?
And there's 260 chapter or whatever in the New Testament, 260 verses or whatever the fuck. 26 is also a reference to the Yod Hey Vav Hey thing.
How many bones are in your skull? What about your head? How many bones they got?
Oh, you have
Independent bones.
33 vertebrae in your spine.
No, your skull. Golgotha. What is Golgotha's number?
I'm not sure.
Really? Okay.
I can look it up.
We can just check AI. You don't even have to know anymore, right?
Well, we can look it up either way. Like, how did you ever get information in the first place?
There's 200 bones in like your hands. I don't think that number is accurate. Let me check it real quick.
It is.
You sure about that?
I think so.
55, 20, how many? 26?
The adult human skull has 22 bones.
Is that right? What else has 22? Just said it a second ago.
Oscilles, if you include the ear oscilles, it becomes 28. And then if the hot-road boin, this all becomes 29.
Ask about correspondence with 22. Other than your skull, Golgotha, what has 22?
Okay. Hold on.
Major Arcana? Greater Teachings? Really?
We're going to get into that.
What else? Do it. Can you do a quick
22
search?
bones in the orbital skull, 22 pairs of chromosomes. Some anatomy tests also describe 22 bones in the thoracic cage region, if counting ribs individually, one on one side, plus a sternum and sternum breakdowns. Though the total ribs are 24. 22 letters in the Hebrew alphabet, 22 major.
There you go. 22 major arcana, 22 bones in the head, and 22
humans have 22
letters
autosomal
in the
chromosome
alphabet.
There are 22
And what
amino acids used in human proteins.
Yeah, what does 3 sets of 22 add up to?
Oh no, now we're going into the six.
Now you found the magical key of the beast. All right.
Oh, no.
The major arcana are the bones of the skull, and they become the Hebrew alphabet.
So there are 22 named amino acids used in human
correspondent vibration. That's right. That's right.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Indeed. Yes, good magic. Go ahead. Let's continue with the video.
Sure.
I mean, that alone should be enough to show you here that there is definitely something, going on. Anyway, let's press on. Some more relevant hits with the 26. So, following the belief that we're gods and we're made in God's image and God creates, so in turn we create. We create with our hands, which have 5 fingers on each, which together sum to 10. Or the tetrases, which was the god according to Pythagoras. So it seems fitting that both hands and the particular digits that make the hands unique, that being our opposable thumbs, both, as you can see, sum to 26, 26, 26. Again, bringing us back to this relationship with God, the 10 fingers, and the 26, the numerical value, which we now know represents our physical body, or for lack of better words, our temple. So in the previous video, we discussed how language conditions our reality based on the vibrational frequencies that are produced when we speak. In turn, each word carries an energetic weight that serves to shape the very foundations of the reality that we experience. Hence, if that's perverted, then our reality is perverted. And the English has been perverted, let me tell you that. Hence the term spelling. Now, with what I've just shown you in mind, if 26 relates to our temple, then it only seems fitting that both read and spell sum to 26 as well, as you can see here. We read spells in the form of sentences which corrupt our temple. All 26 related. Spells, read, temple, i.e. body. Now, what I really want to get into this presentation is how the 26 is used as an archetype to subvert our consciousness and our higher self. First of all, we need to ascertain what an archetype actually is. So an archetype can be defined as the original pattern or model from which all things of the same kind are copied, or which they are based. A model of first form.
The blueprint.
Prototype. Okay, so unbeknownst to you and the majority of the population, the powers that be have been using archetypes to manipulate the vast majority of people since the beginning of time. And it's not difficult to see once your eyes are clear. No matter what class you're born into, no matter what geographical location you live in, archetypes seem to transcend all types of cultural barriers. All types of cultural barriers, and consequently they're seeped into the very foundation of our consciousness. But archetypes are there to distract you from your true self and to convince you that what you see on TV or what you read in a book or what you see online is what you actually want to be. And as time has passed, these archetypes have transformed from a pantheon of deities who had temples erected in their veneration to people trying to live by the laws of these particular deities and actually manifest them through their own actions. Now we're in the 21st century, we have this sort of same relationship going on, but it's with the celebrities now. So celebrities who have millions of followers online, and people are vicariously living their life through them, hanging on to their every word, trying to emulate every single thing they do. I mean, just go on Instagram. It's not difficult to see. It's quite sick, actually. And this relationship between each archetype can kind of be identified as a type of macrocosm / microcosm. And what that means is essentially that the part reflects the whole, or, you know, as above, so below. That's another axiom that talks about the macrocosm and microcosm relationship. So the heavens reflect earth, or God reflects man, or these so-called celebrities apparently reflect us, even though they're nothing like us. I mean, they're normalized to make you feel like close to them and whatnot. That's why they've got all these magazines like Heat and Closer to make you feel closer to these celebrities, give you all these stories about the fake shit that's happening in their life, so you can be like, oh yeah, that happens to me too. I'm just like XYZ who's a celebrity. I'm okay. Yeah, you're not okay. Stop basing the success and happiness of your life on what you see on Instagram or on the TV, because that is not the way forward. I can assure you. It's a very circular, very, very circular way of thinking that is only going to lead to you being taken away further from your true self. We literally, well, not me personally, but as a race, like, humans invest their energy into the stories that these celebrities have. They invest their money, they invest their time. People genuinely follow celebrities around the world. Like, I can't fathom that.
You still there, man?
If you
yeah, you're near the space bar. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It is what it is, right? Right now, I'm seeing a picture of, who is that? Kamala Harris?
I have no fucking Bernie.
AOC and Bernie Sanders. All right. The donkey and the mule.
Oh no.
No. Or the goat. Yeah, so what you doing heading into the abodes of the future? What you got going on? You got some good magic going on?
Well, yeah, lately, I haven't really been online too much, but yeah, I have a lady that's been here for a while, and we're gonna build some.
Yeah, that's good magic. I can appreciate it. I saw you the other day on TML, so it seems like we talked for a little bit, but that was a couple of days ago. I've been on vacation. I've been traveling a bit. I've seen some of the territory around here. I visited some Greco-Roman architecture.
Nice.
They say it's a couple. They say it's a couple of 100 years old, but it's like, why does China have so much like so-called colonial, Baroque, Greco-Roman architecture? It's like that's very Western.
Isn't that? Yeah, that's kind of questionable.
It's Tartarian, right? I mean, it's weird, yeah.
The fuck are you drinking over there? Is that apple juice or something? What the fuck?
Yeah, it's just some apple juice.
Perfect.
Quite a bit of it as well.
Quite a bit of apple juice.
Who gonna drink that much fucking apple juice? That's crazy. I was like crazy talk. What you talking about? Yeah.
Fuck, I might make a delivery and have like apple juice in over here.
Yeah, no, it's good magic. Let's if you're gonna hang around for a little bit, I want to take a quick musical break for the people. You know, you gotta do something for the people occasionally.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, this is some really good shit. I like it a lot. Anyway, I don't give a fuck what other people think. Wasn't asking for your opinion, right? Here we go. A little bit something. One time. God can't save the dead, man. Sorry about it.
Eagles flying high, cats on the prowl, devils in your bed, their whispers so loud, witches on my heels, so they'll steal, running in the dark, truth they conceal, blood on the walls, spattering a sink. God can't help the dead, no time to think. Hounds howl at night, shadows in the light, fear in every breath, eyes wide with fright. Cards dealt by fate, no way to escape. Threads getting tight, can't see the daylight. Blood on the walls, spattering a sink. God can't help the dead, no time to think. Cards dealt by fate, no way to escape. Threads getting tight, can't see the daylight. Blood on the walls, spattering a sink. God can't help the dead, no time to think.
There it is there. Welcome back, Mr. Welcome back. Appreciate y'all being here. Tuning in once again, like Finnegan. Doing your thing. We are here on FM radio, Frank Monday show. And we're talking about the keys to the unraveling of the mystery of the universe, right? From the depths of the fathomless cavern upward and onward through the labyrinth of shattered mirrors and the chamber of endless echoes, up the ladder of ascent, past the room of curios, and into the very abodes of the celestial terrace. To have a little look at what's going on. Make sure you guys like and subscribe. Do all that happy horse shit that makes YouTube's algorithms bark like Pavlov's dog. I am your Grand Wizard of the Esoteric Order of Dagon, Frank Monday, coming at you once again like Finnegan. So if you've got a yin to expand your kin, then let's get zen. What do you say, Cage? You doing all right out there in Happy Land? You're in Canada, right? Canada? Is that how you guys say that?
I'm in Canada.
A Canuck? Are you Canookian? Are you a Canooker?
No.
Canucks a lot. Are you little Chief Canookie?
Hopefully not. Fuck, I don't know.
Do you even know how we like fucking bash you guys, you Canadian fucks up there? Like as Americans, like we always talking shit about Canadians.
Why?
The only thing
the
only thing you guys ever produced was Strange Brew. That's the only thing that came out of. Honestly, though, like most Hollywood actors are Canadian, which is crazy to me.
Like Neo
We're talking
and the
like
Matrix, like the biggest artist in the entire world. And
do you know that? Like we're talking like 60, 70, maybe 80% of Hollywood actors are Canadian.
Why?
Which is crazy, right? I don't know. Think about it. Why? What's really going on?
I don't know. I do, but I'm gonna pretend not to.
It's kind of a strange thing. Oh, give me a second. Hold down the show. Wait a minute. Wait a good goddamn minute. I got somebody checking in on me. I got some crazy shit to deal with. Give me a second.
You have someone in the background?
Yeah, no, my daughter.
Okay. Nice H.P. Lovecraft quote, by the way.
Hey, we should do some H.P. Lovecraft.
Among the many whispered legends of forbidden tomes and ancient grimoires, few possess the same aura of mystery as the Pnakotic manuscripts. Unlike the Necronomicon, whose apocryphal copies have been the subject of countless debates, or the Unaussprechlichen Kulten, which exists in fragments scattered across secretive archives, the Pnakotic manuscripts remain an enigma, wrapped in layers of obscurity. Some claim it never existed in any material form, that it is a collection of knowledge transcribed in fleeting visions granted to those who dream too deeply. Others believe it is a lost relic from a pre-human age, a remnant of a civilization that transcended both time and space. Mainstream scholars dismiss the Pnakotic manuscripts as mere fiction, a literary invention meant to terrify and mystify those drawn to the occult. Yet among esoteric circles, it is said that fragments still survive, scattered across ancient monasteries, hidden in crumbling vaults beneath forgotten cities, or buried within the archives of institutions that would rather their existence remain unknown. Those who have sought the text have often vanished, their fates unrecorded save for cryptic notes and unsettling accounts of their final days. What is known, or at least suspected, is that the Pnakotic manuscripts are not the work of men. The few who claim to have glimpsed its passages speak of writings older than human civilization, penned by intelligences whose concept of time defies all understanding. It is a book that should not exist, and yet, in the darkest corners of history, it whispers. The origins of the Pnakotic manuscripts are shrouded in speculation, with the most persistent claim attributing their creation to the great race of Yith. This pre-human species, whose minds could traverse time itself, supposedly inscribed their knowledge upon
Cage, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, good man. Are you at all familiar with the Yithians?
Nope.
They're also known as the Great Race. So you're not super steeped in Lovecraftian lore. That's okay. You'll find out about them right now.
I know all about Lovecraft,
in the lost
but
city
not
of
really.
Pennacotus, a settlement
deeply,
that once flourished in an age when Earth was young and ruled by inhuman intelligences.
I know all
If
the
such a
lore.
city ever existed, it would predate even the most ancient ruins known to mankind. Legends speak of a civilization whose knowledge spanned the stars, who observed the rise and fall of countless species, and whose mastery of consciousness allowed them to project their minds across aeons. It is said that the Pnakotic manuscripts recorded this knowledge, the cosmic cycles of creation and destruction, the names of entities whose mere mention could unmake reality, and the precise methods by which a sentient mind might detach itself from its mortal vessel and inhabit another across the gulfs of time. The text allegedly contains references to beings beyond human comprehension, the Elder Ones, the Lurkers beyond time, and Yog-Sothoth, the All-in-One who exists outside the boundaries of past, present, and future. Certain passages describe arcane formulas capable of unraveling the illusion of linear time, though the consequences of such knowledge are beyond reckoning. Some accounts suggest that Yog-Sothoth is not merely an entity, but a gate, a presence that connects all points of time and space simultaneously. It is whispered that those who dare to invoke his name properly risk perceiving the universe as it truly is, a vast, indifferent expanse where humanity is but a fleeting anomaly. The manuscripts allude to rituals of attunement, in which the barriers between mind and cosmos are weakened, allowing the practitioner to glimpse the raw, chaotic structure of existence through the eyes of Yog-Sothoth. Many who have attempted such rites are said to have been driven to madness, their bodies found in states of grotesque contortion, as if their forms had been briefly untethered from conventional reality.
Yeah, it's true facts right there. Like, folks who pull back too much from the beyond into this plane for the average, ordinary individual often suffer early death. And is it a kind of suffering? Like, so Edgar Allan Poe, 46, Lovecraft, 46, JFK, 46, I believe Hitler as well, 46 or thereabouts. Many, you could look up like how many famous people died at 46, and you'll see that the halfway point, right? Essentially, even before really the halfway point, that they call it the threshold of 47, in fact. But some die before they even arrive at it.
Oh no.
Yeah, so thankfully I've made it pretty far past that. I think my next big one is like 72, 73, and 76. And if I can make it past those 70 points, I could potentially live to 90 if I'm careful, right? Or even beyond.
My grandparents have. My grandfather's like over 90. He's like, fine.
My maternal grandmother made it to 87. And my wife's maternal grandmother made it to 93. So yeah, I'm more than halfway then at 54. Like, I might have another good 20 to 30 years available to me.
Yeah. If you want to live, yeah, why not?
Yeah, of course I want to live. Fucking, that's why I came here. I came here to get shit done. My Shifu, when I was in my like early 20s, he asked me, he said, how long do you think you could potentially live with what you've learned at this point? And I said, 137. And he said, you could do better. I told him, like, the first number that came into my mind, I said I could live to 137, knowing what I know right now. And he said, you could go even further. And it makes me wonder, was that motherfucker already well past 100 at that point, you know? Just because the government tells you that everybody dies. You don't know. You don't know. You don't know, man.
Don't worry, maybe
Motherfuckers hiding
I'm like
shit.
a goddamn sea turtle. I could live for hundreds of years, you know?
Yeah, homie was a turtle, though. He had turned into a turtle at that point. Like, he looked just like a turtle.
There you go. What the fuck? Fucking turtle it up. Welcome back.
Yeah, I had to blow out some candles on my altar. There was a fucking bloody head up there. I had to remove it.
Oh no, man. Fuck.
Yeah, it took me a second. Bleeding heads on the altar of fate. Cast the bones. There was some crazy shit going on over there. Very dark. Very dark. Let's go a little this more narcotic manuscript.
More than one cryptic source has suggested that the Pnakotic manuscripts may also contain warnings, prophecies of cosmic catastrophes, the slow decay of reality itself, and the return of forgotten entities whose dominion over existence has merely been postponed. Some theorists propose that the great race of Yith, through their mastery of time travel, has witnessed not just one, but multiple cycles of civilization's rise and fall.
Yeah, the Yithians, they were
Remnant of a
I blew it, man. I don't know where it left off. Doesn't matter. Anyway, the Yithians were giant rubus cones, like 3 meters tall, and they had vegetative stalks coming out of them, one with a head with some eyes, and then some flower stalks and hand stalks, and like a 10-foot wide base, like rubus gelatinous vegetable cones of energy. And yeah, they kept diligent records, man. The great race, the Yithians, they were immortal.
Some interpretations of the manuscripts even suggest that their entire purpose is not to educate or warn, but to serve as a mere historical curiosity, a detached record of an event already fated to occur. Though the Pnakotic manuscripts are said to originate from a pre-human race, scattered records suggest that certain fragments of the text may have fallen into human hands throughout history. These accounts, though rare and often conflicting, suggest that various civilizations, Mesopotamian, Egyptian, Greek, may have encountered glimpses of its knowledge and attempted to incorporate them into their own mythologies and sciences. The Book of Ibon and De Vermis Mysteries both contain vague references to a text known as the Scriptum Pnakotica, described as an ancient book of impossible knowledge. The Book of Ibon, attributed to the Hyperborean sorcerer Ibon, mentions a lost volume written before the first temples of men, which held the secrets of time's unraveling. De Vermis Mysteries, written in the 16th century by Ludwig Prinn, contains a cryptic passage that reads, "To those who walk within the currents of time, the words of Pnakotis are neither past nor future, but always. Beware the scribes who inscribe upon the skin of eternity." Some scholars believe this is a reference to the Yithians' ability to record their knowledge across multiple epochs, inscribing their wisdom into forms that might only be comprehensible to certain minds. The Necronomicon also makes brief allusions to the Pnakotic manuscript.
Do you know which Lovecraft story introduces the Yithians? The Great Race.
I'm not sure. I know like Cthulhu.
Yes, yeah. I'm just asking you because I want to see if my Lovecraftian lore is deep enough that I would know the
I've
answers.
heard about it, but I've actually never went and like listened to the audiobooks or really read any of it.
Could you name a dozen of Lovecraft stories off the top of your head?
No.
Okay, good. That's interesting. I could name 20 easily and probably half a dozen poems. But yeah, so yeah, I'm steeped in the shit. I'm steeped in it. Let's listen, man. It's good
What's
stuff.
his
The
real
narcotic
name though? What's the guy's real name? Because that's
Howard
obviously a big
Howard
thing.
Phillips Lovecraft.
Oh, HP. But yeah, no, I'm saying,
Yeah.
is that his actual name though? Or
Yeah. It's as good as we
Though its
got.
references are veiled in metaphor and obscured by Alhazred's poetic phrasing. In one particularly enigmatic passage, the Mad Arab writes, "The winds from beyond time whisper of the halls of Panacotus, where the minds of those not yet born commune with those long vanished." This line has been interpreted as a reference to the great race's time-traveling nature, suggesting that their knowledge is not confined to a single moment, but spans the entirety of cosmic history. Medieval scholars, particularly among the more obscure sects of alchemists and astrologers, whispered of a manuscript that granted insights into the structure of time itself, though those who claimed to have studied its pages often met unnatural ends. A particularly chilling account from the 14th century details a secret Latin translation of a portion of the text, which was swiftly suppressed by the Inquisition. The translator, a monk named Aurelian of Toulouse, allegedly vanished from his cell, leaving behind only a passage scrawled onto the walls. "The watchers beyond the veil have seen me. I am unmoored." Another reference surfaces in the 15th century, within the writings of Niccolò di Ferrara, an Italian mystic and mathematician who claimed to have uncovered a lost codex in the ruins of a Coptic monastery. Di Ferrara's notes, preserved only in fragmented form, describe a text containing the measurements of the heavens before the firmament was fixed, and a record of the years of the unborn. His fate remains uncertain. His final letter, addressed to a colleague in Venice, speaks of a great design, a pattern woven across centuries, before abruptly ending mid-sentence. In the 19th and 20th centuries, certain occultists sought to recover what remained of the Miqatic manuscripts. One such individual, the enigmatic Charles Montague Harrow, traveled extensively across the Middle East and Central Asia in search of a rumored cache of ancient texts hidden within the ruins of a monastery. Harrow's final letter, sent from the depths of the Karakum Desert, spoke of an underground vault lined with stone tablets etched in symbols unlike any human script. The letter ended abruptly, and Harrow was never seen again. Another figure of note was Edwin Cartwright, an anthropologist and linguist who vanished while on an expedition to the Australian interior in 1936.
Who would you say is the most important pivotal figure, Cage, if you're still there, in Lovecraftian lore? Like one name, would you know one name? The most pivotal, important figure in Lovecraft's
Like I said,
diaspora.
I've never read his material. I know
Okay.
about it, but I've never read it.
I was just curious. Yeah, it's good magic, man. Do you remember when they made the TV series Lovecraft something? Lovecraft Country? I think that was what it was called.
I
Do you
don't know.
Do you watch American television at all, or have you ever, or just Canadian
I
shit?
definitely have. No, like
What's Canadian television like? Is this like faggot, gay French dudes jerking off on TV or something? What's going on with your TV?
same fucking bullshit over it. It's North America.
Have you seen anything by HBO?
Yeah,
For example?
The Night of or Oz. What else is HBO? A bunch of different ones. HBO
What
actually.
stars? Showtime.
Yeah, Showtime. Trailer Park Boys is on there at one point. Fucking Ricky.
Have you watched Rome?
I haven't. I have heard of it though.
Do you have television? Like shit you can fucking look at? Like access
I have
to
a TV
streaming?
just as a prop. Like growing up, I never even had internet or television.
You've never watched any shows? See, you're at the point in your life, man, where you can watch some shows.
I do. I have lots of great shows that I've watched before.
What do you like? What's some of your favorite shows?
Fargo. Fargo's good. Oz is great.
Okay.
Prison Break. What else? The Night of has like a miniseries, HBO ones. It's brought HBO up.
Nice.
I don't know, a bunch of different things.
Did you watch any True Blood?
Fargo.
What is Fargo?
It was an old movie from the '90s, but they turned into a TV show too. It's pretty good. I think.
But have you watched True Blood? Did you watch that shit or
No,
American Horror Story?
I've never
What about
watched
American Horror Story?
Yeah, an ex-girlfriend. We watched like the first season of it or whatever thing.
Yeah, you gotta watch some fucking American Horror Story and some True Blood. True Blood's kind of gay. The first fucking couple seasons are alright, but American Horror Story, I think it's pretty fucking good all the way throughout.
Oh yeah. It seemed pretty good to me. I think.
Did you ever watch the cartoon Archer? Did you ever watch Archer?
No.
I think Archer's Cartoon Network or I don't know what it is.
I don't know, like, buddy. Like I collect like movies and shit. Like I have a massive collection of movies.
DVD?
Yeah, DVDs, like Blu-rays, whatever. Like I have a huge collection of them.
Yeah, it's good.
So I do. Okay, what's your
Did
favorite
you watch
movie?
any
What's your
vampire
top
movies?
5?
Did you watch From Dusk Till Dawn?
No.
No? That's fucking, who is that? That's that gay fucking Jewish guy, pretty tall.
I have no idea. I
Who did True Romance? Pulp Fiction.
True Romance. Yeah, I know that one. Pulp Fiction.
Quentin Tarantino. From
Oh,
Dusk
the
Till Dawn.
Tarantino?
Yeah, Dusk Till Dawn is like Tarantino's first or second film, man. It's a big deal.
Fuck, I don't even know about that one.
Oh, it's so good. Yeah, watch it for sure. Let me see what else we got here.
Boardwalk Empire is alright.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Stephen Buscemi. A lot of folks think I look like him, like kind of a Mr.
You
Bean
don't.
type.
He has little buggy
Are you
eyes.
sure?
He's in Fargo. You never watched
I got
fucking
those.
Fargo?
Look at me right now. Can you see the screen? I got them same buggy eyes, man. What you talking about?
You don't look anything like Steve Buscemi, but
No, I do. I look like a young Steve Buscemi. I do. You don't know shit. You don't fucking know. You know
you ever seen King
actors.
in New York?
You suddenly, out of nowhere, you know Hollywood. I grew up in Hollywood. What you talking about, baby? Come on, man.
You ever seen King of New York? Buscemi's in that one.
Is he? I like him on Boardwalk Empire. I like him on.
He's in Fargo and King of New York. He's a
I
great
haven't seen Fargo or King of New York. I don't think I should watch those then for sure.
Fucking write him down.
On
Lord of War with fucking Cage in it.
Do you remember the woman he's with on Boardwalk Empire?
Yeah.
What's her ethnicity? Do you know? Can you remember?
I don't think so.
Then you suck, man. She was Irish, and she was yeah. I liked her a lot. I imagined myself as Steve Buscemi fucking that Irish gal on Boardwalk Empire. She a good looking woman. I liked her a lot, bro.
There you go.
Yeah, I went down that rabbit hole. Blessings.
What else? You ever seen Memento?
Don't know. What about Mulholland Drive? How big are you into David Lynch?
Not really, but yeah, I've heard him. I think I've watched it a long time ago.
Okay, Blue Velvet.
That sounds familiar too.
Twin Peaks, Fire Walk with Me.
Twin Peaks,
No.
yeah, they also made that into like a show too, right?
He did Scissorhands too. That I didn't really get into. Like he did some other. Was he Scissorhands? Seems like it was. Yeah, you
Edward
have to have name.
Scissorhands?
Yeah.
I don't fucking know.
Yeah, Lynch was the real deal. Do you know that I met Lynch? I met David Lynch with my father. My father was a pretty well-connected Paramount Pictures guy. He was one of the OG investors in Paramount Pictures.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh. The only like celebrity people I've ever met were people I grew up with that became them. Or who else?
I met Axl Rose on the street in Hollywood one time, and he signed my friend's leather jacket. Like, it was my friend that took me there, and his intention was to get his leather jacket signed, and he knew where he was going to be at a certain time. Like, he got a tip off.
You know Rush, the man Rush, like Geddy Lee. His real name is
Yeah,
actually Gary Weinrib, and I met him in a fight.
I listened to a lot of Rush. What is that? 2112. Red Bruschetta, Red some fucking.
I met him at a fucking bat mitzvah when I was a little kid. He looked like a skeleton.
Working Man. They call me the Working Man, cause that's what I am.
He looks like a skeleton. It's weird.
All right.
He's Jewish.
That music is so good, though. Like, that's some of the most complex, nuanced music on the planet for rock and roll. Like, they're right upside there with Led Zeppelin, Grateful Dead, and even more complex shit. Like,
Canadian. He looks like a skeleton. His name is fucking Gary Weinrib.
Rush is Canadian, is that right?
Yeah.
Like I said, I would subscribe to 70% of the U.S. talent coming out of Canada.
Why?
Like, fuck.
What the fuck?
Like,
That's
no,
weird.
like mainstream Hollywood shit. It's a fact. Jim Carrey, one of the most influential fucking
Jim Carrey,
comedians
fucking,
of all time.
Keanu
Where's he from?
Reeves.
Yeah, Keanu Reeves. Come on. I mean, some of the most powerful hitters. Where were they from? Canada.
Fucking Toronto, buddy.
Chevy Chase. I think he was Canadian.
There's a bunch of, I don't know why, like, yeah, there's like a hot spot over here in Toronto.
Yeah, there's like a powerful fucking energy of, like, I don't know, like talent that just comes out of that area and goes into fucking Hollywood and makes it big. Like, we're talking big fucking money hitters, man. Like, guys that made 30, 50 million and were able to retire. I mean, that's quite a thing, you know?
Yeah, it's weird.
Kind
I don't know why.
of some kind of gene pool, you know. Kind of
Like, even look at Drake, for example. He's from, what it is, like, I know the people from around here, and like they all go to this school called Forest Hill.
Okay.
And I don't know, there's like a big, again, I'm not trying to be anti-Semitic or whatever, but yeah, they all have like Jewish ties. It's weird.
Yeah.
Last saw him.
Don't be
on the
fucking
morning
with
he
my
drove off
J-Dogs.
alone in his
See what we got
car
here.
with the key he had recently found. Parks had helped him get the key from the old box containing it and had felt strangely affected by the grotesque carvings on the box and by some other odd quality he could not name. When Carter left, he had said he was going to visit the old...
This is kind of a big deal right here. Do you know who these two guys are? Could you tell me who's the taller of the two? Do you know?
I have no idea.
Okay. Yeah, so the smaller dude is coming in at like 5'11", and the other dude, how tall do you think he is? So if homie on the one side's like 5'11", the other dude's like 6'3", right? This is Lovecraft is the shorter of the two, and then that's Robert Bloch next to him. It's quite a thing, man.
I have no idea. Seriously.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
I really don't give a fuck, honestly. Like,
yeah, I do. That's the only reason I showed it to you is because I do care. This is me and you, man. That's me and you. Are you taller or shorter?
I'm taller than you.
Are you? I'm 5'10". I'm about Lovecraft's height. What about you? You
I'm a
6
bit taller.
plus? Are you? Okay. Yeah, it's good magic then.
Old ancestral country around Arkham. Halfway up Elm Mountain, on the way to the ruins of the old Carter
Especially there's
place,
5'7"
they found
before
his
me.
motor set carefully by the roadside, and in it was a box of fragrant wood with carvings that frightened the countrymen who stumbled upon it. The box held only a queer parchment whose characters no linguist or paleographer had been able to decipher or identify. Rain had long effaced any possible footprints, though Boston investigators had something to say about evidences of disturbances among the fallen timbers of the Carter place. It was, they averred, as though someone had groped about the ruins at no distant period. A common white handkerchief found among forest rocks on the hillside beyond cannot be identified as belonging to the missing man. There is talk of apportioning Randolph Carter's estate among his heirs, but I shall stand firmly against this course, because I do not believe he is dead. There are twists of time and space, of vision and reality, which only a dreamer can divine, and from what I know of Carter, I think he has merely found a way to traverse these mazes. Whether or not he will ever come back, I cannot say. He wanted the lands of dream he had lost, and yearned for the days of his childhood. Then he found a key, and I somehow believe he was able to use it to strange advantage. I shall ask him when I see him, for I expect to meet him shortly in a certain dream city we both used to haunt. It is rumored in Ulthar, beyond the river sky, that a new king reigns on the opal throne in Ilikvad, that fabulous town of turrets atop the hollow cliffs of glass overlooking the twilight sea, wherein the bearded and finning Nori build their singular labyrinths. And I believe I know how to interpret this rumor. Certainly, I look forward impatiently to the sight of that great silver key, for in its cryptical arabesques there may stand symbolized all the aims and mysteries of a blindly impersonal cosmos. Thank you for listening to this audio presentation of H.P. Lovecraft's The Silver Key. Thank you for your continued patronage on www.buymeacoffee.com/Frank Monday. Fare thee well, wanderer and wayfarer, and do good magic.
Yeah, that's really a thing right there. Oh.
Do good magic.
Indeed, right? It's kind of a big deal, man.
Oh shit, you sound like a fucking radio dude.
Yeah, Lunar Light Entertainment 2013. That's the call sign. So it's been 13 years, and tomorrow's Friday the 13th.
I know. But a lot of people think it's bad luck, but I think it's quite the opposite.
Yeah. Here's the craziest fucking thing. Let me tell you this. A series of hello. Okay.
I can hear.
Okay. Yeah. So I had to. Yeah, no big deal. I drew some tarot cards. I had to go out at a thing, and I got the message that I had to go out at a thing at 2:22, and then I arrived at the thing at 3:33, and then I was finished with the thing at 4:44, and then by 5:55, yeah, I was back to where I had originally started from. So 5:55 minus 2:22, right, start and finish, equals 3:33, and that's Karanzan, the guardian at the threshold, right? The fucking gate guardian, and that entire thing was a gating process, like an initiation into an entirely new type of thing. And somehow I won, like I passed beyond the gate guardian with no questioning, right? And then the magical equivalent was provided in a very positive fashion. And I felt blessed, man. I felt really blessed. Like those synchronicities lining up and my noticing of the time transition and then like returning to a place where I could really enjoy. Fuck, we've done a 4 fucking hour transmission. I mean, that's kind of a reward for me and the people, right? It's a thing.
Well done, man. You know, I am
Yeah,
going
it's
to get
good
off
magic.
here.
Good magic.
I'm going to get off
Big
here.
win, yeah. Thank you for coming by, Cage. And I apologize for my roughness with you the other day. I just thought you were spewing too much fucking horse shit and could back off a little bit. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
No need to
You know what I'm saying,
apologize.
baby.
I know how I am.
Yeah,
I'm
no.
working on it.
No, you know I love you, man. I love you. Keep doing your thing. Keep swinging
It's
your
all
money
love,
maker.
man.
Yeah.
I appreciate you having me on. Thank you, bro.
Final words for the people. Yeah, I appreciate you.
Well, you know, move forward every day, one foot in front of the other. You got it.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for sharing, man. I'll see you in
All
the
right.
abodes of the future. Carpe diem.
Take care, buddy.
Fratter ad fratter. Oh, good magic. There it is there, man. Cage Reality stopped by, said hello. Lighthearted chipmunk in the fucking chitter chatter box one time. Appreciate y'all good looking sexy people coming by to say hello. We're gonna finish off the narcotic manuscripts. Why not? Let's do it.
Cartwright, fascinated by Aboriginal myths of the Star Walkers, beings who traveled between times, believed there was a connection between these legends and the narcotic manuscripts. His final notes, recovered from his abandoned campsite, mention a series of ancient petroglyphs depicting strange, inhuman figures, accompanied by symbols that bore a striking resemblance to those Harrow had described years earlier. His body was never found, and his disappearance remains unexplained. Given its nature, the Pnakotic manuscripts would be among the most dangerous texts in existence, should any fragment truly survive. Many researchers believe that whatever remains of the book has been deliberately hidden or destroyed, either by secretive organizations or forces beyond human understanding. Some propose that the manuscripts are not a physical book at all, but rather a transmitted knowledge, accessible only under specific conditions, perhaps during states of altered consciousness, through rituals, or in moments of deep, unexplainable insight. If the great race of Yith inscribed their knowledge into something other than parchment or stone, it may persist in forms we cannot comprehend. Others theorize that agencies or groups aware of the book's potential have taken steps to ensure its secrets remain buried. The supposed disappearance of certain researchers, the destruction of obscure historical texts, and the suppression of anomalous archaeological findings all point toward an active effort to conceal knowledge that might unravel the fabric of accepted reality. Then, there are those who claim that fragments still exist, hidden in places where few dare to look, sealed within the catacombs of forgotten monasteries, buried beneath the shifting sands of the Karakum, or locked away in the deepest vaults of institutions whose very existence remains in question. The Pnakotic manuscripts are more than a mere book. They are a key to understanding a reality beyond human perception. Whether they are myth, suppressed history, or an artifact of a forgotten race, their legend persists. Perhaps even now, someone stumbles upon a cryptic passage, a fragment of an ancient record, a name that should not be spoken. If such a book exists, it is likely that those who seek it will meet the same fate as those before them, lost to history, their last moments marked by the eerie sensation that they have been seen by something that does not belong to this world. For those who believe the Pnakotic manuscripts are merely a legend, there is comfort in skepticism. For those who have glimpsed its pages, however, there is only silence, and the slow, creeping realization that time itself is not as immutable as it seems.
All right. I guess that's it then. Y'all good looking sexy people out in Happy Land, keep on keeping on. If ain't nobody else going to join the show, which has gone quite an extended period of time, really. Like, good God in heaven, fuck. It is what it is. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you stopping by. I hope you liked the video. Keep doing good magic. Until next time, be well, right? Hit the likes and subscribe. Check me out on buymeacoffee.com/Frank Monday. If you have already purchased a tarot reading and have yet to receive it, then make sure you do dial in when I'm in the shop, as I am now. Got the cards at the ready. And beloved, beautiful people out in Happy Land. Good looking, sexy motherfuckers. Until next time, yeah, it is what it is. Thank you so much. Please, again, hit the like button for YouTube's Algabots. Let's see here. We did, in fact, play a couple of songs from Dweller of the Dark. We played this one.
Eagles flying high, cats on the prowl, devils in your bed, their whispers so loud, witches on my heels, so they'll steal, running in the dark, truth they conceal, blood on the walls, splattering us safe. God can't help the dead, no time to think. Hounds howl at night, shadows in the light, fear in every breath, eyes wide with fright. Cards dealt by fate, no way to escape. Threads getting tight, can't see the daylight. Blood on the walls, splattering us sing. God can't help the dead, no time to think.
Alright, I appreciate y'all good looking session. Wherever you are, whoever you are, whenever this transmission, keep doing good mind.
Cards dealt by fate, no way to escape. Threads getting tight, can't see the daylight. Blood on the walls, splattering us sing. God can't help the dead, no time to think.
There's there, man. It's fucking good magic. I can appreciate it. That's Dweller of the Dark. God can't help the dead. Frank Monday, FM radio, coming at you one time on the FM radios, right? So, good looking out. We'll finish with the invocation of total integration from memory. Let's see if we can do it with the camera on one time. Holy Art. Ooh, looks like I kind of boned out on us. Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah. Holy art thou, Lord of the universe, the vast and the mighty one, creator of heaven and earth, maker of all things visible and invisible, he who was, is, and always shall be. We adore thee and we invoke thee. Yodevai. Send us one of your divine spiritual agents, our holy guardian angel, to protect and guide us through the innumerable snares of the earthly sphere, and a cleansing wind to disperse all negativity and endless human opinion. Teach us those secret things which we must know for the completion of the great work and the glory of thine ineffable name, Adonai. So it is commanded, confirmed, so mote it be. Yeah, y'all good looking sexy people. Keep doing good magic, and I'll see you in the abodes of the future. Carpe diem and ad astra per aspera. And never forget, memento mori. I think I broke the tooth last time I did that. Yeah, it's good magic. I appreciate y'all. And until next time, lights out.